Peggy Flynn, City Manager, Brian Cochran, Assistant City Manager, Linda Lee, Deputy City Manager, Charles Sakai, Son Sakai, and the units being discussed are ASME Units 1 and 2, PPMMA Units 4, 9, and 11, POAP Unit 6, IAFF Unit 7, and PPSMMA Unit 10, and that's under Government Code Section 54957.6. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And since there's two items, we'll first tackle the anticipated litigation discussion and then move on to the labor discussion second. And this time I'd like to invite Vice Mayor DeCarli to discuss his status here.
I'll be recusing myself from this item for reasons that I don't know or understand. It was given to us at the last second and not really properly agendized by the Brown Act in a timely manner. And so I will be recusing myself from this.
Okay. So noted in the record. And
Mr. Mayor, I'll note a couple additional things, if I may. Councilmember DeCarli's recusal is in accordance with the recusal requirements in the Brown Act, and those are in Section 187. I'm sorry, in the Political Reform Act, FPPC regulations under Section 18707A4. The item tonight is properly agendized in accordance with Government Code Sections 54956.9, Subdivision D, Paragraph 4. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are closed and adjourned to our closed session. Thank you. This meeting is brought back into order. And are we live again? And
yes.
Good. And we have one more task at hand, which is to open public comment on the closed session. And it's at this time we ask people who might wish to speak, who are in the audience, to bring a card forward to the clerk. And for the record and the camera, there is no one in the room from the public. No one in the room has been in the, no one in the public has been in the room. And so with that, we have opened and now closed public comment on the closed session item. And with that, we are again adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
going to sit in one of the offices, but that's okay.
You can sit back there, I mean, wherever. No.
I think Linda, we probably need to wait here so we can go.
Mr. Mayor, are we ready to begin?
We are.
Okay, and we're recording from earlier, so you're good to go.
Okay, that's perfect then. Thank you and good evening. Welcome, everyone. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, May 4th, 2026. And I see a lot of faces. If you want to provide public comment tonight, we have public comment cards that are just outside the doorway there. And if you fill them out and bring them to our clerk here in the front of the room, we'll be able to get to you in on public comment during the evening. We also have concurrent translation tonight. We have a QR code in the back of the room, or if you pick up the agenda, QR code on the URL on the agenda, and you can follow along in multiple languages. So with that, I'd like our clerk to have the roll call for the evening, please.
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson? Here. DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Great. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And also a moment of silence, please. So at this point, we look at the agenda as printed, and I look up and down the dais to see if anybody wants to change anything on the agenda from council. And not seeing anyone raise their hand, we're adopting the agenda as it's written and as you can follow along with. We had a closed session prior to this. We started at 5. I'd like to turn this over to our attorney to provide a report out from that closed session activity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to report in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.1, which is part of the Brown Act, that we have received direction from the City Council, and that direction includes authorization to initiate an action if that's warranted. And the action, defendants, and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to anyone upon inquiry, unless doing that would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You know, one of my favorite parts of our meetings, we have several proclamations where we get to credit good work in the community. And tonight, our first proclamation is for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I'd like to invite Dr. Jinling Wu of the Historic Chinatown Park Committee and other members, as you wish, to have up with us. And allow me to read. Whereas belonging is built, not given, and in Petaluma it has been shaped over generations and continues to be built each day by those who live, work, and contribute here, including immigrants, migrants, refugees, and others who have been displaced, and all who call this community home. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities have long been an integral part of Petaluma's history, contributing to the development of its railroads, agriculture, river economy, and local businesses. And whereas these contributions, despite these contributions, the histories and experiences of AANHPI communities have not always been fully recognized, and at times have been marked by exclusion, displacement, and erasure. Whereas the City of Petaluma has taken steps to more fully recognize these histories, including the first proclamation of AANHPI Heritage Month in 2024, and renaming of the Center Park as Historic Chinatown Park in 2025. And whereas the City of Petaluma affirms that belonging is built over time through the contributions, resilience, and stories of all who call this place home. And at a time when national conversations may question who belongs, Petaluma chooses to recognize a fuller history and uphold the values of inclusion and shared community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with all the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Petaluma, and we reaffirm Petaluma's commitment to honoring the contributions and presence of AA and HPI communities, past, present, and future. The city of Petaluma commits to ongoing efforts to educate the public about the histories, contributions, and experiences of these communities, recognizing that this work must be continual in order to foster understanding, inclusion, and a shared sense of belonging. And as we recognize AA and HPI Heritage Month, we reaffirm that belonging in Petaluma is something we continue to build together. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald and members of the City Council. And I am receiving the proclamation on behalf of the Historic Chinatown Committee, whose members are here with us. Lina Lin Hoshino, Dennis John Sojit, Libby Locke, Ann Nguyen, Dan Yuan, Zahid Qaderi, and Phyllis Tajay, and Haoran Zhang. On behalf of the Petaluma Historic Chinatown Committee, we would like to take this occasion to first thank the city for your care and intention in lifting up the contribution of Chinese people in Petaluma, and second, to underscore the importance of continuing that recognition across the many diverse and Napi community in our city. It matters that the city recognize that belonging and inclusivity is something shaped over generations, through labor, through memory, through struggle, and through care. And it matters that Petaluma is willing to name both the contribution and the history of exclusion that the Napi community have faced here. The recognition of historical Chinatown Park and the continued commitment to telling fuller history are not just symbolic acts. They are part of a larger responsibility to ensure that the past is not erased and that the future is more just. As we gather here today, we also acknowledge that the tension between belonging and exclusion continues to generate fear, anguish, and uncertainty among members of our community. Across the country, we are seeing a national climate that continues to target immigrants at every level of society, from day laborer to college professors, from undocumented workers to international scholars. We are seeing policies, rhetoric, and enforcement practices that create fear, instability, and isolation in communities that are essential to the fabric of this country. Just recently, we have seen troubling news involving a Chinese researcher, Dan Haowang, at the University of Michigan, whose death followed reported questions by federal authority, reflecting a broader climate of scrutiny on international scholars from China. At the same time, Southeast Asian community, many of whom came as refugees fleeing war and genocide, are facing disproportionate immigration enforcement, with individuals 3 to 4 times more likely to be deported for old conviction than other groups. Indeed, across fields and backgrounds, immigrant communities are being asked to live under ongoing uncertainty and surveillance. And here in North Bay, we are not separate from that reality. We know that immigrant community in Sonoma County and across the region continue to face raids, housing insecurity, and barrier to safety and healthcare. We know that day laborers, farm workers, service workers, and students alike are navigating systems that too often render them vulnerable. And we also know that Napi community, past and present, have faced exclusion, displacement, and erasure, even as they help build the very foundation of places like Petaluma. So this moment, this proclamation is more than a celebration. it must also be about responsibility. Because our power had never been individual. It had always been collective. And it lives in the workers who organize for dignity. It lives in the students and scholars who support one another. It lives in community that refuse to be divided by fear. And it lives in cities like Petaluma when we chose to stand publicly for inclusion, for history, and for shared belonging. If belonging is something we build together, then we must also defend it together. That means continuing to tell the truth about our history. It means standing with immigrant community when they are targeted. And it means recognizing the well-being of our part of community is tied to the well-being of all of us. A commitment to, so here we accept this proclamation with gratitude, but also with a commitment to continue building together, a commitment to remain vigilant together, and a commitment to ensure belonging are not conditional, but collective and enduring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get a picture from this angle? Is that what is? Am I being selfish?
Thank you. And I should note at this time that for all our proclamations, I'm sure the public has comments they'd like to share and add. And during our general public comment period, the thing about cards I mentioned earlier, it's a chance for the public to comment on any of the proclamations or presentations that we have this evening. Our next proclamation is for Bike Month, and I'd like to invite Eris Weaver, the Executive Director of Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, to the podium to accept the proclamation, which reads, whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, financially and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Petaluma's scenic beauty, local attractions, and friendly neighborhoods, and whereas creating a bicycle-friendly community has been shown to improve residents' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing Petaluma's economy, attracting tourism dollars and local business spending, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on the streets and roads. And whereas transportation is the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in Petaluma, accounting for roughly 2/3 of our city's activity-based greenhouse gas emissions, and Petaluma is committed to carbon neutrality by 2030. And whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, the Sonoma County Safe Routes to School, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2026. And whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Petaluma and its visitors can experience the joys of cycling through free educational program, team bike challenges, Bike to School Day on May 6th, Bike to Wherever Day on May 14th, organized by these groups. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Bike Month and urge all residents who are able and interested to discover the joy of bicycling. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it going to do it? Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your the proclamation and celebration and participation in Bike Month. I want to tell you a little bit about some of the things that we have happening during this month. There will be on Bike to Work Day or Bike to Wherever Day on May 14th. There will be not one, not two, but 3 Energizer stations within the city of Petaluma where cyclists on their way to work or school or wherever can stop and get swag and snacks and all of that. One of them at the Petaluma North Smart Station that the city is hosting, one at the downtown Smart Station that is being hosted by Safe Streets Petaluma, and for the first time ever, Petaluma Valley Hospital is hosting one as well. Oh, and I neglected to name the gentlemen who are up here with me, although you all probably know them already. They're both on my board of directors, Nathan Spindle, involved with Safe Streets Petaluma, and Aaron Prentice, who owns Petaluma Motor Wheel, a bike shop here in town, and are on our board of directors. Some of the other things that we have happening throughout the month that we'd like to invite people to. On May 20th, we're doing a Bike Shorts, a program of 3 documentaries about bicycling, Biking Without Age, Critical Mass, and In the Dirt, which is filmed out on a Navajo reservation about mountain biking. And then to wrap up the whole month on May 31st, we're having Pedal Fest, a big bike festival, and that will be in Rohnert Park. One of the things that I've always really appreciated about Petaluma is that as an entity, you have not been afraid to boldly go where others in the county haven't gone yet. You're the first jurisdiction to have Class 4 protected bike lanes, for example. Your Bike and Ped Committee, don't tell any of the other cities that I said this, but yours is the best. So we very much appreciate all that you've been doing to make cycling safer and a happier experience in Petaluma. And you know that you can count on us to continue to still come and go about the places and the things that could still be improved. I know that every time we have a shift in some new bicycle infrastructure that's been done somewhere, that there's, all the interwebs are all aflutter with folks who hate bike lanes and hate cyclists and carry on all about that. The roads are for cars, and I don't know how many people know that actually the first organization to advocate for public paved roads was the League of American Cyclists. Bicyclists were the ones to get roads going. So I think I will end with that, and we get another photo with all my guys here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Can we get one? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is National Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week. And I'd like to invite our Police Chief, Brian Miller, to the podium to accept the proclamation. And friends, don't be bashful. So whereas the Congress and the President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 10th through May 16th as National Police Week in recognition of law enforcement officers nationwide who have sacrificed their lives or been disabled in the performance of their duties while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. And whereas it is important that all members of our community know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of those dedicating their lives to the law enforcement profession and to keeping our communities safe. Whereas the members of the Petaluma Police Department and law enforcement throughout the state and nation risk their lives on a daily basis to maintain peace and protect the life and property in our communities. And whereas the members of the Petaluma Police Department provide vital public service, safeguarding the rights and freedoms of all community members in this city. And it's important to always remember Petaluma police officers Julius Bloom in 1898, Bert Johnson, 1925, Russell Rasmussen in 1927, and Vilo Ahola in 1998, who selflessly gave their lives while serving and protecting this community. Whereas in the United States, 103 peace officers were killed in the line of duty in 2025, and 31 so far in 2026. And in California, 12 peace officers were killed in the line of duty in 2025, and 1 so far in 2026. Whereas the City of Petaluma also recognizes the following Petaluma Police Annual Award recipients: Detective Alyssa Hansen as Police Officer of the Year, Officer Carlos Ramirez as the Vilo Ahala Most Inspirational Employee of the Year, and Sergeant Ryan McGreevy as Supervisor of the Year. Public Safety Dispatcher Brianna Barlow as Dispatcher of the Year, and Senior Management Analyst Ingrid Renninger as Employee of the Year, and Volunteer Jackie Goldblatt as Volunteer of the Year. And whereas the City of Petaluma further recognizes Detective Alyssa Hansen for her outstanding service and dedication to the community, having been selected as the Petaluma Police Department Peace Officer of the Year, which led to her nomination and ultimate selection as Sonoma County Police Peace Officer of the Year, an award reflecting the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and commitment to public safety. And whereas, with heavy hearts, the members of the Petaluma Police Department fondly cherish the memory of former Petaluma Police Reserve Officer Tim Abudara and former Petaluma Police Crime Scene Investigator LaDonna Thompson, both of whom we lost within the past year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do formally designate May 15th, 2026 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 10 to 16, 2026 as National Police Week. Thank you for your service, all.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly to follow up on that, I want to thank and take a moment for you for recognizing our team, for recognizing those who made the ultimate sacrifice for us, and both our sworn officers and professional staff who are doing the work every day. As you can see, we have a really dedicated group of people who show up prepared, stay focused, and take pride in what they do. And whatever it is, responding to calls for service, conducting thorough investigations, managing critical communications, or supporting operations behind the scene, every role in our department matters, and every contribution helps keeps this community safe. Our work's demanding. It requires sound judgment, the utmost professionalism and consistency, often in situations that are unpredictable and at times incredibly difficult and demanding. What I see from my team every day is steady commitment to doing their job, our job, the right way, with integrity, accountability, and respect for the community we serve. And we continue to maintain a high level of service while keeping Petaluma one of the safest communities in our region. And that's truly a direct reflection of the people in the department and the effort that they put in every single day and every single shift. And so we appreciate the continued support from the council, from our community. It truly matters, and we don't take that for granted, and we carry that with us through our shifts every day into the community. So thank you.
You know, it's not every day we get to move to this next part, which is a presentation, Sonoma County Officer of the Year, which is presented by the SCL-ECA, and it's for Alyssa Allie Hansen. And I'd like to invite our supervisor, David Rabbit, and also Ray Carlson, of the district officer of the Northern California District Exchange Club, to the podium to lead us through this, present the honor.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm Ray Carlson, as you could probably figure out from the groups here. Anyway, I'm a proud member of the Exchange Club and honored to be here tonight to present this recognition to your officer. The Exchange Club of Santa Rosa has been in existence since 1941. That's 85 years. And our focus is youth, Americanism, community, and prevention of child abuse. This one fits right in with the officer being recognized tonight. Besides those main programs, we are now honoring veterans in the Reach Across America program at the Franklin Memorial Park in Franklin up in Santa Rosa. This year it'll be on December 19th. I invite you to come up and see that. Last year we put 35 wreaths out to honor veterans, and then in turn donated money back to veterans groups. This is the 78th year of honoring a Sonoma County peace officer. This lady stands with some very outstanding officers. One of them stood through a gunfight, not a gunfight, excuse me, a standoff with a gun. And then also, we've also now been able to, since we changed this format, instead of a big dinner and open to the public, even though public's here tonight, these officers are okay to be in the public. But in the last few years, we honored undercover drug officer and a gang task force member out of the city of Santa Rosa. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Miller. And by the way, he was an officer honored by the County of Sonoma Peace Officers, and the Exchange Club honored him in 2013. Brian, will you come up and explain why this young lady's get honored?
Thank you, Ray, and thank you for the Exchange Club for the opportunity to recognize Detective Hanson. It's really an honor to speak about Allie and her selection for Officer of the County. As we mentioned earlier in the earlier proclamation, we had previously recognized her as our Peace Officer of the Year, and part of that process is she's nominated amongst her peer group within the county for this additional recognition, and we're just really, really proud that she was selected. Since joining our department in 2019, Allie's established herself as a trusted and highly capable investigator, handling what are some of our most serious and complex cases that we see. These are including sexual assaults, crimes against children, elder abuse, violent physical assaults against other persons in our community, firearm offenses, and increasingly more and more complicated and complex multi-jurisdictional organized retail theft cases that span across multiple counties in the region. These cases frequently involve vulnerable victims. The cases that our investigations team are not simple. They often have delayed reporting, significant evidentiary challenges, but Allie's approached each of these cases with the utmost patience, professionalism, and a clear focus. In particular, one of the cases that stood out to us this year and resonated with the Exchange Club was a serious investigation involving multiple juvenile victims from our community. And the strength of that investigation has resulted in charges from our district attorney's office that carry the potential weight of a 50-year prison sentence, which just really tells you how serious and how egregious this offender was in victimizing someone in our most sensitive community members, our members of our youth. And that's, really the strength of that investigation is a reflection of what Allie gives both to the case, to the victims that demand and require justice, and her quality of her work just really shown throughout this last year and throughout her career up to this point as well. But at the same token, that this recognition reflects more than just one single case. It represents sustained excellence, sound judgment, and a deep commitment to service. Her work protects the members of the community, supports victims during some of their most difficult moments, and ensures those responsible for serious crimes are held accountable. As I mentioned, we're incredibly proud of her. I'm grateful to both Ray and the entire Exchange Club that's here, to Supervisor Rabbit for recognizing Allie, as well as our council for recognizing her in our earlier proclamation. And so please join me in thanking her and congratulating her. And I also want to introduce Supervisor Rabbit to say a few words as well. Supervisor.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, great to see you. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight to commend and honor our Petaluma Police Officer, Detective Hanson, as the Exchange Club Officer of the Year. And again, a quick thank you to Ray and the Exchange Club for their tradition of recognizing and honoring our first responders in this way. Again, as the chief said, Detective Hanson has moved quickly within the organization because she consistently demonstrates a high level of performance, teamwork, and her commitment to service. She is a true professional. She has been tasked with some heinous cases, crimes against children, sexual assault cases involving juveniles, and her work has aided in successful prosecutions. And this year, we have 5 functional groups at the county that we all split. I am the Justice partners function group, we actually had a conversation regarding some of this work, and the congratulations. My long way of saying, Carla Rodriguez, our DA, says, thank you very much and congratulations. Your work really matters. It makes a difference to the entire community. It keeps us safe, and we very much appreciate that. Thank you again for your service, and congratulations on this achievement.
Let's see. Hey, coming up for yours, she represents Assemblyman David Connolly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yesenia. Hello. I work for Assemblymember Damon Connolly. So on behalf of his office, we would love to present Detective Hansen with a resolution from the state. A fellow SSU alum, I also studied criminology and criminal justice studies. So it's like the perfect major to have for a career such as the one you have. And I also, not to tie the ties, but I saw your bio, I worked at the Family Justice Center as well with Georgina here in the audience and through Legal Aid. And we were just working below the district attorney's office. And there have been really, at least in my year and a half working there, really tough experiences where we were in the interview room, and oftentimes detectives such as Detective Hansen would be one of those first people we call, whether that's for safety or whether that's so they can get a statement. But the professionalism and, again, the ability to work quickly and in a way that is sensitive to the needs of the survivors is a very hard thing to do. So you deserve all the recognition and more, and congratulations. Yeah.
In the photo.
I gotta. We're not quite done yet. I'm sorry. She's got a few more things to hold up. So this from Senator McGuire. He has a recognition certificate for you here for your work for the 78th Peace Officer of the Year honoree. So there's yours.
Thank you.
There. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to switch to Chief. Along with this award goes something that the police department gets to hang in their office. Perpetual trophy here that we've got with plaques. And I already announced that Chief Miller was in 2013. I wanted 2017, Michael Page. Detective Patrick Gerke in 2018, Stephen Cummings in 2019. Shows a little bit about your department, what's been going on. And now you're back on the board again, so maybe you'll be here again next year with another honoree. So hold this proudly in your office someplace. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so thank you. Now, Michael Swicegood, our president, will be up to present the club's plaque to her.
Congratulate you for your exceptional service to the community.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, picture time. Yeah. Unless you've got something else.
And since you clearly can tell that we love giving out awards and we love hardware, I have one last thing because I think it's fitting to end from the Petaluma-centric piece. But you'll see on Detective Hansen's uniform already some accommodation metal ribbons on her displayed on her front of her uniform. But we're adding one more. So Every officer that gets the Officer of the Year for us receives a Distinguished Service ribbon, but additionally for Officer of the County, they receive a secondary ribbon that's designated with the year to always remind them of the year that they received this recognition. So congratulations, Allie. Officer.
Al, you want to say something to the group?
Sure. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, City Council. I'll make this short and sweet, but it's been a long year, a lot of hard work. I wouldn't have been able to do it without, first and foremost, my family, and then everyone behind me. We say this every time, but we're truly a team, and we can't do any of this alone. So them back there is the real reason for all this. So thank you.
And a big thank you to our police department and those who honor them. Thank you. We also tonight, our next presentation is regarding our delivery of the fiscal year 27 proposed budget. Some might look at a book that big and see a lot of numbers, but when you're sitting on this side of it, you recognize that those numbers are policy and they're super important. And to help us with understanding it, we have our Assistant Finance Director, Corey Garbarolio.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald and members of the City Council. I'm happy to be here this evening to deliver the 26-27 proposed budget. Both the electronic and hard copy versions have been made available to you for your review. This delivery of the proposed budget meets the timing directed by our city charter, which states that the tentative budget shall be submitted to Council by the first Monday in May. We have also made the proposed budget available to the community on the city website at cityofpetaluma.org/city budgets. We've been working on this draft budget since late October and have created a balanced and comprehensive operating and capital improvement program budget document for your review. The city's budget is a reflection of our values and includes significant investment in our community. We are fortunate to have Measure U resources to support this investment, and we appreciate the community's support as we continue leveraging resources to maximize communal benefits. We will be back next Monday, May 11th, for the budget workshop, and we'll go over the budget in detail at that time. We will then return on May 18th with the first reading and adoption of the budget ordinance. The second and final reading of the budget ordinance will come to Council on June 15th. So please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. We can answer them before, or we can answer them next Monday. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And our final presentation for the evening, it's a little deeper. We have an overview of SB 707. That is updates to the Brown Act, which is our open meeting laws. Very important here. To help us with this, we have both our City Clerk, Caitlin Corley, and our Assistant City Attorney, Dylan Brady, to help.
Hello, good evening. So Dylan and I are going to cover SB 707, and give some more information about what those changes are going to be. So I'll start it off. So California Senate Bill 707 is a law that was signed in on October 3rd, and it updates the Ralph M. Brown Act to include new public meeting and teleconferencing requirements. The law really aims to modernize transparency by establishing remote participation rules and expanding language and digital access requirements for local government meetings. So SB 707 makes several changes to the Brown Act, but the most significant and visible change for council and for the public is that eligible bodies must provide both call-in options and two-way remote platform for public participation. So that's the return of Zoom comments. Eligible bodies include city councils and county boards with jurisdictions of over 30,000. So that means that these new rules will apply to city council meetings, but they will not apply to subsidiary bodies like the CCBs. The good news for us is, of course, that this is not our first rodeo. We have provided the opportunity for remote public comments via Zoom during the pandemic. We did unfortunately have to stop that practice due to some Zoom bombings, which included some hate speech, but we feel confident that we'll be able to bring the practice back successfully. Last year, as you know, council adopted a decorum policy, which all participants, virtual or in person, are required to abide by. So that will help us make sure that it's a smooth process to return to these Zoom comments. And the return will be at our regular meeting in July. So July 6, 2026 will be our first meeting with remote comments. In addition to the return of the remote comments, SB 707 requires cities to ensure that their public meetings page complies with new requirements focused on accessibility, and requires cities to make efforts to reach out to the media as well as other groups that do not traditionally participate in public meetings. So we'll be working with our community partners to connect with a broad spectrum of the public. We have already been making inroads in this issue with the appointment of our 2 monolingual Spanish speakers on the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission. So that's really expanded our outreach into the Spanish-speaking community here in town. SB 707 also has some translation and interpretation requirements for cities with 20% or more of a population that speaks a different language and also speaks English less than very well, according to the census. And Petaluma actually does not fall into that category, but we, of course, are already providing translation services at our council meetings through Wordly, which is great. We're also required to provide a space for translated agendas, provide reasonable assistance and accommodations for interpretations and translations, which we are happy to do. So now I'll pass it over to Dylan to cover some additional changes, including our technology disruption policy.
Thank you, Caitlin. Other changes to the Brown Act because of SB 707. It modified and made it easier for eligible bodies to participate remotely. Typically under the Brown Act, I call it the traditional teleconferencing rules, eligible body members need to make their location available for the public. They need to post at their location where they're going to participate remotely, and that location needs to be agendized as well. So that was relaxed during the COVID, and it's been relaxed even more with SB 707. Some of those changes that were in COVID, they were relaxed because they had either just causes or emergencies. That was an exemption that allowed you to participate remotely without having to agendize or open your location to the public. This has SB 707 amended this by consolidating just causes and emergencies. Now they're just causes, and they've added another just cause for physical emergencies, either the body member or their immediate family. Other changes to remote, it codified an Attorney General opinion here that was a couple years ago to allow for reasonable accommodation. If you can't physically make it to the meetings because of a disability, the city will do its accommodation process efficiently to try to see if an accommodation is you participating remotely. To participate remotely, though, through the accommodation, you need to have your camera on, as well as audio, unless the disability prevents you from doing so. You also need to say who's in the room with you above the age of 18. And then the other kind of relaxed teleconference rule is during COVID, you might remember that every 45 days, City Council had to make a motion whether or not to continue the hybrid meetings to participate remotely, or sorry, not hybrid meetings, whether to participate remotely. It needed to be only if there was a state of emergency. That's been relaxed to now also allow local emergencies as well. So a little bit of more flexibility for council members to participate remotely. Other changes, it removed the social media exception sunset. So this was a law, I think it was in 2020, AB 1992, that said that eligible or CCB members, body members, could participate on social media, Facebook, Twitter, etc. Just that now it says that other body members of that body can't like or comment on that post when it's about city business. So that was set to sunset in January 1st. That has now been extended permanently. So that's good. And then it codified with going back to hybrid. Now that it says that if you are being disruptive during your remote participation for the public, you can be asked to be removed if you are causing disruptions. And then the other big change that we're talking tonight about is the adoption of the remote technology policy. And Caitlin, I think we can go to the next slide. So this is a requirement by July 1st. Every eligible body, and those are cities that are more than 30,000, needs to adopt this policy that discusses the process for recessing and reconvening if the Zoom goes down and the public's not able to participate. So we are here tonight. It's on the consent item. I believe it's item number 8 to adopt the remote technology disruption policy. And I think, Caitlin, we can go to the next slide, please. That's a little tough to see. But essentially what the policy says is if once we learn about the Zoom going down and the public's not able to participate remotely, then we will recess. Our IT staff will have an hour to make a good faith effort to try to get the Zoom back on. And it kind of talks the policy in that lower bubble about what a good faith effort is. I don't speak IT. I don't know if it's switching the thing on or off, doing the Arthur Fonzarelli, hit the jukebox with your elbow. But they'll work for an hour to try to get it back up. And if it gets up before the hour, then the meeting can continue. If they aren't able to fix the Zoom within an hour, then the meeting will go back to City Council. City Council will decide and make a vote about whether to continue the meeting and whether the IT staff made a good faith effort. And what's kind of unique to our policy that no other technology disruption policy currently adopted has is that it also obligates our staff to put an email blast out to the public, as well as post on our website, hey, Zoom's down. If you want to participate, make sure that you come here in person. We're trying our best to get it back. So that is something that's unique to Petaluma. It's not a requirement, but it just shows that Petaluma, we're special and transparent. So then after City Council votes to either cancel the meeting or continue the meeting, or to continue it, I guess continue it to a later date or continue at the meeting that day if the IT is not able to get it fixed, then the meeting will resume without the Zoom link participation. So that's number 8. And next slide, please, Caitlin. And we're here to answer any questions. And since this is on the consent item we thought we could answer any questions you may have about the policy right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you keeping us apprised of all the state law changes. Mm-hmm. It's hard to keep up, but this was an important one for public access to our meetings on Zoom. You made a good point that the consent calendar item is just strictly about that 1 hour policy, and all the rest of the ramifications are in your presentation. So I am anxious to see if our council has any questions. Councilmember Shribs?
Basically, two. You mentioned there is a 1 hour, so the tech group has 1 hour to kind of fix things. So are we adding? So that means a tech person will be here at all meetings from that point forward to try to help us on that.
So we kind of codified what our current practice is, and we have tech here making sure that the meeting's running smoothly beforehand. They're here a little bit at the just to make sure the first couple minutes, and then they're on standby. And I should say that this is a muscle that we really haven't flexed. I know during hybrid, I think Zoom only went down one time, and it wasn't anything that was a problem here remotely. It was on Zoom nationally. So the plan would be that IT staff who live pretty close would be on standby, and then when they get in the building, the clock would start from then.
Okay, good. Just there it goes. Mm-hmm. And then in person, folks fill out a little blue form with their name and what they're going to be talking about. Basically, will that also be a requirement for those folks coming in on Zoom? And are there requirements for them to actually be visible physically before they're allowed in?
Yeah. So I don't know, Caitlin. I can take the first stab, or if you want to.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the Brown Act doesn't require you to actually put your name down. You can be anonymous if you want. And I think our current policy would be to continue that practice with not being visible on Zoom. I think that would be probably right for people to abuse that. That's our current practice, I think.
So I think we have a policy that they either be like the citizens of the town or have business here to in order to come up and present or speak. Is there any requirements of that during regular policy? And is there anything required of the Zoom, or can anybody from all over the world come in and start Zooming on us?
Anybody all over the world can participate remotely or come in here if they have something to say about the item.
Okay, good. Just want to be clear on expectations on there. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the phrase we were looking for was council's subject matter jurisdiction. And I think we'll still have to be monitoring real carefully with keeping people on focus with things we can help with. And I think that will probably require a little more assistance from the clerk's office. Do you have a plan for how you're going to gatekeep all this?
We're going to work it out. We're going to appreciate a little bit of patience as we make the transition, but we're going to find a way to do it.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Good. All right. Well, thank you very much. Great presentation. I hope you're staying around because it is possible that someone in general public comment will have that question for you. That does move us to general public comment. And during general public comment, the public's invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, but depending on the number of people that we have in the room, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, the additional comments will be heard after the last business item on the agenda. So I'd like to turn this over to the clerk and ask if we've received general public comment by email and then to lead into our message.
Yes, we have received 16 general public comments. Those are posted on the website. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. During these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so, and speaker cards received after this time may not be accommodated.
We have 10 comment cards submitted, so each commenter will be allowed 2 minutes. The clerk sets the clock for that. And our first speaker is Brett Spillane, and to be followed by Harlan Osborne.
Hello, my name is Brett Spillane, and I am here on behalf of Coach Rick Christ from Petaluma High School. Unfortunately, he's under the weather, but asked that I read a letter that he wrote regarding changing the name of the East Washington baseball field. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Due to influenza, I apologize for not being able to address you in person. My name is Ricky Christ, and I am reaching out to you not only as a high school coach, but as someone whose life in sports was shaped in part by a man many of us know simply as JJ. I first met John J.J. Jackson as an 8-year-old kid, stepping onto a field with more energy than skill and a love for the game that was just beginning to take root. J.J. was there, not in uniform, but just as present as any player or coach. He had a way of making young athletes feel seen, like what we were doing mattered. As an August Courier paperboy, I got a great pleasure out of reading the box scores and articles. As young athletes, we felt like many celebrities seeing our names in the paper. Through his decades with the Petaluma Argus-Courier, starting in 1970, JJ did more than report scores. He told the stories of our community. He celebrated effort, character, and growth. He made Friday night lights, weekend tournaments, and small victories feel big, because to him they were. As I grew from an 8-year-old athlete into a coach, I came to understand even more clearly what JJ gave to this community. He was an unwavering advocate for youth sports. He believed deeply in the value of participation, teamwork, and belonging. He showed up again and again for our local high schools and community teams, not because he had to, but because he genuinely cared. Fields like East Washington baseball fields are more than just places where games are played. They are where confidence is built, friendships are formed, and life lessons are learned. JJ understood that. He honored those moments with his words, and in doing so, he helped shape generations of athletes. Dedicating the East Washington baseball field in his name is not just about recognizing.
Thank you. The 2 minutes is expired. And we hope you've submitted that into the record as a letter in, and it will be printed into our agenda with notes, so it will be thoroughly covered. Harlan Osborne should be followed by Frank Wright.
I had about 3 minutes set, so I'm going to have to eliminate some of this, what I'm saying. Good evening, Mayor McDonald, council members, friends, and neighbors. My name is Harlan Osborne. I'm here to show my support behind the proposal to rename the Petaluma Community Playing Fields to the Johnny Jackson Sports Complex, or whatever name that you decide on. As you're aware, JJ, as we knew him, was the sports editor for the Argus Courier for decades. He was my friend and my co-worker for 20 years until his passing in 2023. He was soft-spoken, kind, gentle, and remarkably patient, but he gave a loud voice to our young athletes and their accomplishments. Winning seasons, losing seasons, or rebuilding, they were all treated equally. He followed families' growth as younger siblings, boys and girls, came along year after year. If Rick Christ would have been here tonight, he might have spoke about numerous family members that his family followed. JJ was an extraordinary person, a keen wit, and a brilliant, tireless writer who literally defined sports and the long-lasting benefit of sportsmanship. If he was with us tonight, we may not even be aware he was here. He'd probably be sitting in the back just quietly taking notes. It's such a simple gesture, yet so meaningful to the past and future generations of our local athletes. Please pass this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Wright, to be followed by Alina Hoshino.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. I'm going to be piling on because a lot of what I have to say has been covered by Rick's nice letter that Mr. Spillane just read to us. But I go back, as many of you do. If I first came to Petaluma in 1970, started coaching right away. And one of the first people I met was JJ, as he covered our sports even back then. He covered football, basketball, baseball, Little League, softball, whatever was being played. He was there. As Harlan mentioned, he was a very good writer, a very detailed writer, always had the kids first. And if you lived in this area as long as I have, you have to know who he is. And your kids have to know who he is. And I'm sure they picked up the papers and found their names and pictures in it very, very often. He's a terrific man. Became a very good friend of mine. I miss him dearly. It was mentioned he died, and it'd be almost 3 years ago that he died. Shortly after he died, some old coaches, like myself, got together and said, how can we honor JJ? What can we do? Well, we can't really name a field after him or a court after him because he was everywhere. That was exciting. It was, he covered them all. So the opportunity has arisen. The fields that have been constructed out there on East Washington Street, they need a name, they need a dedication. Perfect. I can't think of anybody in town that knows JJ would object to that being done. And I guess what we're here to do is seek your support and help us with the process to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena Hoshino, to be followed by Lisa Shun Johnson Foster.
Good evening. My name is Lena Lynn Hoshino with the Petaluma Historic Chinatown Park Committee. I've been working to uncover and interpret the history of Chinese people who helped build this city. A rewarding work that brought people together and created a sense of community that didn't exist before. I thanked you before in 2025, a little later than that, but I want to thank you again for recognizing early Chinese people's contribution with the plaque and renaming of Center Park to Petaluma Historic Chinatown Park. It's been profoundly healing for us. It affirms that we AA and HPI people belong, even as the national narrative often tells us otherwise. But one thing continues to haunt me. These Chinese people were everywhere in the historical record, yet very little of their own voices remain. Their lives were written about in newspapers, often in a breathless, hateful rhetoric and fear-mongering way. but not their perspectives, their dreams, or their humanity. And almost no stories of neighbors showing up for them. Thankfully, some things have changed. Today, more people, include I know many in this room, are standing up for their neighbors under attack and pushing back against hateful government policies that are tearing communities apart. But still, there's a profound absence of voice, especially of those who do not speak English. Today, many NAAPI community members are living in fear, withdrawn, staying quiet, avoiding public spaces, and we've seen this before. But, oh shoot, I'm running out of time. What I really wanted to say was that we're planning an exhibit based on that. And I probably should have just started with that, but please come. We're going to do, let me just finish this real quick. We're doing an exhibit called Belongings, What We Bring and What We Leave Behind. And it's a community storytelling and exhibit where people share meaningful belongings and the stories they carry and the names to carry the safe space for voices to, yeah.
Sorry. If it goes in the records, we'll
2
make
minutes
sure it
is
gets
harsh.
out.
Okay, thank you.
Very hard. Yes. Our next speaker is Elisa Shung Johnson Foster, to be followed by Darren Rakazan.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lisa Shung Johnson Foster, and I'm here to represent leadership from the AAPI Coalition North Bay. We have been a part of things that you may have heard of in the county, like the Many Moons Festival last October in Sebastopol. This May, in honor of AAPI Heritage Month, we're doing our first gala, bless you, in Santa Rosa called the Lanterns and Vines Gala, featuring all AAPI vintners and chefs from our local area. What I want to say is thank you so much for recognizing AAPI Heritage Month, but I encourage you as a city to do more than just recognize it with a proclamation, but how do we highlight AAPI-owned businesses? How do we help represent the people that may be feeling a little too insecure to be out in the public? How can we help highlight these stories? So maybe with a partnership with AAPIC, we can help you identify those folks and see how we can collaborate and make them shine. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Darren Rakazan, to be followed by Libby Locke.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Something I want to bring up is something that's been gnawing at me for a while. I'm on Planning Commission, sit on other CCBs, and this is Microsoft Teams and thinking about Teams and different aspects related to communication compliance, especially during public hearings or matters where there's evidence in a record, things need to be discussed at the hearing, whether those Teams communications are purely transitory, whether they are subject to some kind of PRA requests or discovery, because it's been brought to my attention that sometimes members of CCBs are in the Teams chat with staff during the meeting. I totally understand if it's kind of administrative, hey, we're going to move to this item next, X, Y, and Z, but I just want us to be really thoughtful and careful about our guidance around what is disclosed in those Teams chats, what kind of information, and make sure basically that there's not something backstage going on in determining either the flow of the meeting, outcomes on a policy direction or a project discussion that aren't happening right up front at the hearing. And maybe there needs to be a policy developed around Teams chats. Maybe if there's something that reaches a threshold beyond like a, hey, we're running late type message sent to the group, maybe that has to go through email or another channel so that it is on the record. So I just wanted to elevate that. Again, it's been something that's burning in my brain for a while. Staff can either speak to it here or just send me an email follow-up just to make sure we understand what that process is. Thank you.
Thank you. Libby Locke, to be followed by Phyllis Tunji.
Hello, my name is Libby Locke. Last year, I stood here encouraging the city to approve historic Chinatown Park. Today, I wanted to share some of the positive and uplifting things that happened since then. First, I've seen many tears shed at our events and in our meetings, and countless thank yous. The act of recognizing history and humanizing forgotten people is very powerful. Since last May, our committee has accomplished a great deal together. In November, we held the plaque unveiling for Petaluma Historic Chinatown Park in collaboration with 3 other organizations and had more than 300 attendees. In February, we partnered with Sonoma Mountain Zen Center for a Lunar New Year incense offering ceremony. It was deeply moving. In March, we collaborated with 4 organizations and led the Petaluma Mothers Club Lunar New Year celebration geared towards families with children aged 0 to 5. This month, we will host 2 artists who are grantees from the 1882 Foundation as they begin developing a public art project collecting local history with national visibility. Lastly, 3 third-grade teachers have let us know that they have incorporated Petaluma's Chinese American history into their Petaluma history curriculum. Our work has gone beyond remembrance, and I want to thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. And Phyllis Tanji to Tina Rice.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Taji, and I'm a member of the Sonoma County JACL, which stands for Japanese American Citizens League. The Sonoma County chapter is part of the National JCL network, which is the oldest and largest Asian American civil rights organization in the nation. National JCL was started in 1929, and the Sonoma County chapter was founded in 1934. Originally fighting for Japanese American civil rights, the mission has evolved to advocate for social justice and civil rights for all groups facing discrimination and injustice. And over the decades, the organizations have seen a lot of changes in this nation. And today, I'd like to thank you for recognizing the AANHPI Heritage Month on behalf of all who have not always been heard. I appreciate the city's efforts to become more inclusive and welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Rice, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Hi, my name is Tina Rice, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher here in Petaluma at Meadow Elementary. I'm one of the few educators in this community who brings rich cultures, languages, and stories that strengthen our community. As an educator, this is deeply relevant to me in honoring our Asian ancestors. I see every day how powerful it is when students feel seen and valued for who they are. So I encourage our city to continue to proudly highlight and honor our Asian Americans, our Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander through our Heritage Month. Because we uplift our students, when we uplift our students, we are also uplifting our whole entire community. So thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers.
Good evening. In an effort to better understand the pickle that Petaluma finds itself in with regards to its transit budget, I listened to the SCTCA meeting on April 13th after our City Council transit budget discussion. It turns out that the Sonoma Transit Authority has not agreed with Petaluma's effort to not pay for contributory funding of bus lines servicing Petaluma. The group of directors was ready to vote to approve the coordinated claim necessary to fund the various transit authorities involved when our director asked that the vote be postponed until the next month, since Petaluma does not want to pay this $260,000. Several of the other participants, including Supervisor Rabbit, expressed concern as to why Petaluma would present this issue so late in the process, since this budget has been discussed for months. The meeting was postponed to May by default, since the motion to postpone was not passed. Since the deadline, the MTC deadline for the next fiscal year is May 1st, Petaluma's actions delayed entities being paid their transportation funds until a coordinated claim can be passed. Santa Rosa said they would have to borrow from their city's precarious general fund and repay the fund with interest. I'm trying to understand how a transit budget process that started last December and has involved countless hours and expense could be predicated on the assumption that we could just renege on paying a contribution which our transit director told us we have been paying without fail for decades. We are short on funds, so we find a legal loophole to allow us to back out of an agreement we would be expected to pay. Did we imagine that the Sonoma County Transit was not counting on that $250,000 to balance their own budget and would just let us slide? And what kind of partner do we look like if we just one day decide to say, sorry, we're not going to pay? The next SCTCA meeting is in a week, and presumably the city is working on a solution. If we have to pay this expense, I guess it's back to the drawing board for the transit budget. I find this truly baffling.
Thank you very much. And that was our last speaker under general public comment, and that brings it back up to the council for the council's comments. And I'd like to start with Councilmember Shribs.
Thank you. Attended several meetings, but many have not anything new, but a few things. I did for Earth Week, which was just last week, I did have a company come out, Sienna, one of our tech companies that are fairly new here in town, and they offered to come out and help and clean up the river and work on Schellenberger Park, make it look nicer. So they spent the whole afternoon, paid employees, spending time with us out there helping out. So that was really nice to have them there. Then there was over at the Hall of the Above, which is a 100-year anniversary for that building. A couple other members from the council were there for that 100-year anniversary, a really great party and celebration. Let's use that facility more if we can. Yesterday was the Future Fest over at the community center. Hundreds of people which showed up and participated and came to learn more things. We had presentations in English and Spanish throughout, and I myself gave a presentation on microcars, but I talked to all the presenters here at all the tables, and the most impressive was the students. A whole room full of students are with showing off their environmental literacy and the projects they're doing in school. So it was really nice to see them doing that, especially since I'm a retired teacher myself. One of the webinars I attended was from a Stanford doctor working on microplastics. She's a pediatrician and taking a leading role there and doing some recent research papers that she was talking about. And it just turns out microplastics are even worse and more pervasive than we thought earlier. It's found in almost every single body fluid everywhere, including our brains. And and they've actually started to correlate it with some health issues directly. So there's some correlations already been found. So plastics need to be dealt with, and maybe we want to do more in that area down for us. Then another little project I'm working on is Donut Economics. I'm working with a nonprofit for looking at a database and indicators here for Petaluma and the county. So anybody would like to talk to me about that, I'm willing to talk to them. And then another, recently just talking to Damon Conley, one of our congressmen. And right now at the state level, there is legislation happening. There are at least 3 bills going through the system, all about electric bike rules and laws and regulations. So something to pay attention to. Again, I'll be working on this maybe with a little bit of the bike community here. And so come talk to me if you're interested in doing more work in that area. So that's my report for today.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment and briefly acknowledge an incident that was brought forward this past week. A public display of a Nazi symbol in a local business was reported. It wasn't the business that had the display, it was a person in the business. And I think it's important that we as a city are clear about where we stand on matters like this. So I just want to say it plainly. I have no tolerance for Nazism, racism, or the symbols associated with those things. I deplore what they represent, which is hate, violence, the dehumanization of entire groups of people. Public displays of those symbols are not harmless. They send a message, whether intended or not, about who belongs and who doesn't. And that runs counter to the kind of community that we're trying to build here in Petaluma. This isn't about regulating speech. It's about using our voice, my voice as an elected public official, to say clearly that Nazism or anything that represents it or resembles it has no place. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to lift that up a little bit there. I appreciate you standing out on it. That complaint came to all of us, and there's a certain sense of futility. How do I change other people. What can I do? I mean, for the public or for a council member. But the thing you can do is you can stand up and be counted. And that's what you did. And I mean, we put a poster up on the wall against hate, but your voice is still the most powerful thing we have, so thank you. Councilmember Now.
Well, that's a hard one to follow, Councilmember Quint, but thank you. And I agree, the mayor, you did it very well too. My report. At the April Public Safety Meeting, committee members received, reviewed, and discussed the 2025 Independent Police Auditors, the IPA annual report, which covers the period from January 2025 to December 2025. The City Council will have an opportunity to hear the report at a future meeting. The 2025 IPA annual report highlighted the Petaluma Police Department, led by our police chief and his staff, is 100% proactive and focused on law enforcement's best practices. We are pleased to share that calls for service and arrests in the city are down, and the IPA specifically commended officers and supervisors for their performance in high-stress situations, as we heard in the proclamations today. At the last week's Homeless Coalition COC board meeting, committee members heard and discussed budget reductions forecasted for the next 5 years, fiscal shortfalls and reduced services at the state, county, and city levels will affect local service providers. To better understand the priorities, a survey was created to ask providers what services are most important and what could be streamlined to save money. On a lighter note, I had the pleasure of attending several community events, including an Earth Day celebration at the fairgrounds, Northern California Engineering Contractors Association Public Officials Appreciation Night, Future Fest at the Community Center, the Centennial Birthday Bash at the Hall of the Above. And I want to remind everybody to put on their calendar June 18th to the 21st to go to the fair. It's my favorite 4 days of the year, and there'll be lots of local food, beverages, animal shows, and crafts, and the premium books will be out soon, and local vendors, and lots of music. So stay tuned. And the premium book, if you don't know, is how you put your jar of jam in or your animal into the fair. Okay, finally, I want to wish my mom, Etta Marie Peterson, Petaluma's Bee Whisperer, and this week's Chicken Saver, because a chicken showed up at the post office with no label, and all the other Petaluma moms a happy Mother's Day. And on the public comment, hello, Mr. Wright. I think I got a D+ in your class. I was probably too busy looking at those athletes in front of me. And JJ Community Sports Complex has a very good ring to it, but I think it needs to go through the Parks and Recs Department and the Parks and Recs Committee before it comes back to us for naming. And tell Ricky Chris we missed him. And to the Asian community speakers, thank you very much. And to Ms. Rice, who is my one of my grandson's third grade teachers. Every day when I pick him up, he gives me a whole cliff notes of what you explained in class, and he really listens to you. And I shared with him some things that I had that I wasn't using on the Asian culture. So thank you very much for being a great educator and coming to us and educating us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start. We had a Planning Commission meeting last Tuesday where we reviewed the draft general plan and general plan EIR. Thank you for attending in the audience, Mr. Mayor. There was a good discussion. In the end, we passed a resolution recommending that both documents move on to council for consideration of the draft general plan and general plan EIR, and that neither would need to be remitted to the Planning Commission. So there's 2 more stops. Both stops are right here at the City Council meeting for our review and approval for our final general plan. Thank you to all of the public speakers who've come tonight. I'll just say, I went to JJ's wake and it was amazing. All the images and the scrapbooks and everything. He truly documented our community and told the story of so many young kids. And I think it's the right thing to do to find a way to commemorate him. I think the community field, when Bob called me, was like, yeah, I guess he could be at any field, like we could really rename every field in Petaluma, and every gym in Petaluma, and every tennis court and track field and everything after him, because he was literally everywhere with his notebook, silently taking notes and then just making people feel seen. And I think the comments about really celebrating teamwork and character really ring true to me, and I'd love to see something more formal commemorating his contributions to our city. To all of our speakers from the Asian American community tonight, thank you so much for continuing the work. Last year was an important milestone, but what all the work you've done since is amazing, and I look forward to continue to supporting a more inclusive and belonging city. So thank you for really championing that, and you've got my support. Thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Okay, I too want to thank the API community for coming out, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the other comments from our council members. And I just want to respond to the SCTCA, which is the Sonoma County Transit Climate Action Committee budget. The issue is that there was no contract between the cities for these dollars that are going back and forth for bus transit. And Santa Rosa decided to pull out, and Petaluma is the only one that is paying into that fund. And so what was decided that we would work with the city. We plan on funding this year, and then the next year we're going to go ahead and have a conversation of how to make it more equitable. And it's really about equity. Why is the city of Petaluma paying this money and no other city is? And yet these buses are serving Cotati and other area and Rohnert Park, and we're actually paying for that. So it just needs to be a little bit more equitable. So it was a good thing to pull and have that discussion. As far as Frank, your comments, I really appreciate that. I actually contacted the person. We had a conversation. I'm going to reach back in a few weeks, and I'm going to contact the business and see if they can have a policy that, Nazi paraphernalia or shirts are not going to be worn. And I don't think they quite have an understanding. And so we'll be having that discussion. I'd love you to participate with me in that. And John, Councilmember Shribs, hearing about the microplastics, we're discussing that with the water agencies because there are plumes that are happening with these microplastics, and yet they're not next to fields. They're in rural areas. So we're not really sure where these are all coming from, these plumes. And it seems to be happening more and more. As an example, there's one area that has 7 wells, and 3 of them all of a sudden saw some microplastics in them, and now the plume is just gone, and now it's well 3, well 4, and there's a total of 7 wells, and they're not sure where it's at because this is all rural area. It's not next to airports. It's not next to areas that you would expect to see these types of changes. And so it is a real concern for our water system. And then yesterday I went downtown to the Petalumans of yesteryear, and it was great. There's a couple that does this tour of Petaluma, and they use little viewfinders. So, those old viewfinders, and you're clicking through and seeing, and they're talking about areas, and then you're getting to see the past. But what was interesting is what they really kind of focused on is that Petaluma actually at one time had 4 hotels in our downtown. And so hotels were not odd to downtown Petaluma, and one of them actually was a 100-unit hotel. And so it was interesting to see actually where they were in downtown originally. And then I have an update for SMART, and I do have a meeting on Wednesday. Up to date, there's 133,860 total riders, representing a 30% increase from 2025. And so, SMART is moving along, and they're doing a great job. And Measure B is on the ballot, and I hope people support that so we can continue funding SMART for the future. And I also want to briefly highlight the growing federal attention on issues affecting our region, including activities tied to Brooke Rollins. who's with the Trump administration, and the proposed impacts to Point Reyes National Seashore and the Eel River diversion. At our recent water meeting, advisory meeting, we discussed reports from the Press Democrat about the Southern California group attempting to purchase the century-old PG&E dam tied to the Potter Valley project. Water is not just infrastructure, it's our future. We must ensure controls stay with local and regional agencies, not outside cities that don't represent our community. We do not want our water being controlled by a Riverside group down in Los Angeles. And so we really feel confident that the federal government will support us, and we will continue moving forward with the two basin solution. And also, I was recently in Sacramento at a League of California Cities where we were discussing up and coming legislation, that affects cities like ours. And, we review bills, and then we have speakers speak on issues that are happening in all cities, and they're all very similar. I was also in Sacramento last week speaking in opposition to the SB 2250, and it failed, and that was to increase fees at mobile home parks. And those fees are usually passed on to the residents. And so I think it's bad for the owners and for the residents. And so it was really great that that failed, and they've asked them to go back to the drawing board with the HCD, the Housing Community Development, to really find those funds instead of just, they have not raised funds for 30 years. And so that's why they're in the situation they are, and they're trying to basically go after mobile home parks residents, which are a lot in low income, and they're also retired. And so that was a busy week.
It does sound like a busy week. And do want to thank you for your time you put in on our regional bodies, the Sonoma Water and the Sonoma County Transportation, that give you that kind of expertise to bring back to share with all of us. Vice Mayor DeCarli.
Good evening, everyone in community, and thank you for sticking it out so late. It's been a long night so far. But no liaison reports for me this evening. I do have two events I want to talk about. One's been mentioned a couple times already, and that's the 100th anniversary of the Hall of the Above, or the old B of A building. The new owners there are really trying to bring people in and make that building a bigger part of the community. And so I think what they're doing is very great. And they had a lot of really neat history exhibits of Petaluma set up in there to help celebrate that birthday. And then as well, the Harold Mahoney Scholarship Awards were given out the other week. That was to some of the students from Petaluma High, Casa Grande, and St. Vincent, who have all excelled in their studies and will be going on to universities. And so I had the privilege of giving a couple of them scholarships and getting to present them. And that was really great. The mayor was there as well. And that's my report for this evening.
Thank you. I think it's really notable that that's been going on for 67 years. And so, it's really good how our community supports our students. I had a variety of things, most of which have been mentioned. I guess we haven't mentioned the Petaluma Urban Chat's citizen budget review. So not only do we get an official view of the budget here, but there's citizens trying to dive in and analyze what's going on with the city's budget. And I guarantee them it's a full-time job trying to figure out how a corporation that big runs. Let's see, and I was also able to sit in on the Blue Zone Steering Committee, and they're coming to a conclusion of their 3-year pilot effort in Petaluma, and they're figuring out what's next. And so if you were interested in what Blue Zones is doing, they're doing a lot of good in the community, engage now. I also went to the memorial for Paul Heavenridge, one of the great volunteers from Petaluma, library commissioner, and Literacy Works founder. That's it. I didn't really know that part. I knew he was a friend of one of the Friends of the River, but Literacy Works is an important group. Also attended the AAUW presentation called 10% Less, a guide to reducing waste. I appreciate them in our community pushing that same climate message that we're all trying to uplift. With Councilmember Now, I attend the homeless electeds meeting. It's not that we're homeless, but we help with getting that out into the community. But most of the news we're getting is bad news, and most of our major concern is on the Medi-Cal front. Over 10,000 people in Petaluma are at risk of losing their Medi-Cal by end of this fiscal year, and that means so many different benefits that they're talking about. But the impact will hit the county particularly hard because it's mandated that the county provide certain basic levels. So when they have to backfill those federal funds, it comes out of their general fund. It comes out of many of the things they do and share with us. So it's very impactful. I was able to attend ribbon cutting for the Health to Go kiosk at the library. The county has a program up and standing in collaboration with the libraries for a variety of important health products that are available for free to folks who want to avail themselves of that. And so if you're at the library, check that kiosk. It's just outside the main doors. And I wanted to appreciate our groups of speakers tonight, Asian American, Native Hawaiian. But I hope that we haven't hit a plateau. I was so glad to hear that we're considering another exhibit. The exhibit that was at the museum a year and a half ago, that was fabulous and reached a great audience because of your volunteer efforts, and I know you put in so much work. And tying that racism question with the ballpark endorsement, JJ was a huge fan of soccer, and through the 90s, I had a great relationship with him as the youth soccer league coordinator for town, and they would print anything in the Argus. They encouraged because JJ loved kids so much, he wanted every kid to have seen their name in the paper. And the tie-in is, at World Cup this year, which is here in America, games down at Levi Stadium and things, the campaign is no racism. That's a global problem that this global organization, FIFA, is making bold banner level things. I mean, every uniform with tag, no racism. Things that maybe we haven't done in America yet and need to take a model from a global perspective. But I totally support our respect for JJ. That park out there was 30 years in the making, and I'll fill in the narrative for you at a later date. But I appreciate everybody coming with their good ideas and the good work of council, and I want to pass it to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. I'd like to start off by saying that staff would be honored to start the process of naming the East Washington ball fields and get that process started, and Drew Halter will be in touch with you, so thank you very much for your advocacy. We are also still accepting applications until Thursday, May 21st at 5 p.m. for our committees and commissions, and you can pick up an application either at the clerk's office or on our website. And while I'm mentioning the clerk, I would just like to celebrate our city clerks team for Municipal Clerks Week. They forewent a proclamation because we had so many tonight, but you are appreciated every day. You keep us, you are often the public face, and you do it with such efficiency and professionalism and accessibility, and we really appreciate you. Also, the Lucchese turf is now complete. Yay. And it'll be open tomorrow. I think the first users will be on the field, and please look forward to our ribbon cutting ceremony soon. And that concludes my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move into our business side of things. And it's an opportunity to rise and stretch. The consent calendar is next on our, yes. So as we begin the consent calendar, I'd like to look up and down the dais and see if anyone of the council members wishes to independently address any of the items on the consent calendar tonight. Councilmember Shribs.
Yeah, item 5, the LADs, I'd like to pull for some discussion and maybe some more decision-making on.
Thank you. So we'll separate item 5 from the rest. And then I'd like to open the consent calendar to questions. We'll do this just for the 1 through 8, excluding 5, and then come back as we touch on 5. Any council questions 1 through 8? Okay, and so let's open public comment, 1 through 8 excluding 5.
We did not receive any ahead of the meeting, but I do have 2 cards for item number 3 and number 8. And if anyone else would like to submit a comment on the consent calendar, now would be the time to bring your card up.
We have 2 cards tonight. We have Darren Ratkeson to be followed by Chantel Rogers. 1 to 8 excluding 5.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I'm on item number 3. And actually, I see that the budget was attached in the hours leading up to the meeting, and actually may have answered a question about street maintenance, which looks like this deferred maintenance, I believe the contract was for $890,000 being finished off after change orders, does seem to be in line with the budgeted street maintenance that I'm seeing for future fiscal years in the budget, which is great. The question that it really sparked in me, though, was, and the budget may have offered some insight into this as well, just the status of our October 2024 5-year paving plan. You know, I was looking back and I was like, I remember the paving plan. We ran articles in the Argus about it, and this was going to be the PCI upgrade, and we were going to really start to get after that $100 million in deferred maintenance and put Measure U to work. And you know, the website for it, I couldn't find anymore. I don't know, like at Howard Street, we had a couple meetings on PBAC and on planning about Howard Street and drainage and all the connectivity issues with Howard Street, and I hadn't seen that come forward yet. And then looking at the budget, it looks like our PCI has actually gone down back to 49, our pavement condition index. I don't know if that's poor or what the exact standard is, but it's out of 100. So I just wanted to know, you know, and maybe contextualize this decision, or at least plant the seed to get you guys thinking about what is the 5-year paving plan project? You know, how are we hitting these goals? We've talked before about capital improvements and where we set aside monies in the budget. I mean, it's nice to see money getting spent in this kind of maintenance, but we receive monies set aside in the budget for things like a 5-year paving plan. Are they getting spent? Why or why not? And how are we going to kind of keep pushing these items forward so it's not always just slurry preventative maintenance stuff, but are we really moving the needle on some of these items? So this consent calendar item triggered all of that. And like I said, I think with the budget, it contextualizes itself a little bit better, but just want to get everyone thinking about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers.
Hi. I wanted to talk about item 8, which is the disruption policy for the remote access. And I just wanted to reference something here in the staff report. It says, the mandatory hybrid meetings requirements in section, I won't name the numbers, apply to the City Council as an eligible legislative body. They do not by themselves require the city's advisory boards, commissions, or committees to offer hybrid public participation. But of course, we could, right? Once we're set up for Zoom participation in these chambers, any meeting that happens here would be just as easy to have available for public participation. Actually, the STCTA meeting that I referenced earlier had that. They had one participant. She was in a wheelchair and could not make it down to that meeting, but wanted to give her input. It's a matter of hitting the raised hand icon and pushing a button. No extra work, no nothing. You know, we often hear about the city's commitment to robust community engagement, and this would be the absolute easiest thing we could do to increase the community's opportunity to have their say with different meetings, maybe not all of them, but certainly important ones like the Planning Commission. It kind of feels like the state forced our hand, like, you've got to do this, and we figured out a way to do the absolute minimum necessary to be in compliance. And I think it would be great if we took the opportunity to to expand participation in any way that might be possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker, so that closes public comment. Does council have any comment on any of the items? I did want to add one. On item 3, the slurry seal and et cetera, that contract is helps our paving efforts, and slurry is the lightest improvement one can make in paving improvement. And then there's micro seals and next level, kind of mid-level thing. And then there's the big heavy-duty paving we talk about elsewhere. This contract included the mid-level work as well, so it wasn't just slurry. I don't want to feel bad that we didn't get good PCI raising work done in that contract. But I noticed that we added change orders, like small things that we could do because we had a contractor on. And when we don't have to do full design of a project and can add it as a change order, I'd like to encourage staff to add more change order work into each of these contracts and get more done, that because I think we're all trying to achieve more in the way of pavement, as in every other aspect of city work. But I want to commend staff for having added those change orders and encourage them to do whatever creative tricks there are to get us further down the road. Councilmember Shribs.
Just on item 8, I just want to thank the speaker talking about maybe expanding access through Zoom. I am a liaison to the Climate Change Commission for the actions, and I know our meetings have not been well attended physically lately, but if we can maybe, I know it's going to be extra work and extra expenses because someone has to be available to actually run the technology on now that, so we have to look at that. But I'd suggest maybe the committees have that discussion, see if they want to move in that direction and how that might actually happen. But I would support at least for the one I liaison with.
Yeah, okay. I think all of us would support that concept. I think it's really good to put one toe in the water and find out how it's going to work, with maybe 2 clerks having to sit in for a minute and think, let's grow our way into better and better. Okay. With that, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
And that's for items 1 through 8. Accepting 5. And
Correct.
so I have a motion by Cater Thompson and a second by Barnacle, and a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just on the public comment, if we have hot topics, hot issues coming up, like, I don't know, a zoning code update item or something that's big, it might be worth just bringing that to a subordinate body on an ad hoc basis, just so that we open it up. But I'll definitely leave it to staff to determine that.
Okay. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I guess I'm just going to make a comment also on that. When we have the budget hearings, I would like to see what the budget's going to be, because it's not just, it's the city clerk, and now we have to have a second person here. So it's multiple people that you have to bring into these meetings, and it's a really high cost. And so I would like to know what during the budget, so we can discuss about this.
Point taken. Thank you. Councilmember Shrib, you want to lead the conversation on 5?
Yes, so on 5, I think there was a lot of information that was delivered in our agenda, and I did ask a whole series of questions based on that, and I received a lot of information back, which I want to thank staff for putting that much effort in. But I think it's worth a discussion, since it is affecting a large number of our citizens, and a fair amount of money is involved here. So being that our citizens are directly impacted for these landscape assessment districts, we had a good effort. In fact, the staff sort of like, I kind of pushed this item over several years, like 30 years now. And so there was a large attempt to modify the fees that would be required for landscape assessment districts, which a lot of folks don't even know what it is or what they take care of. But basically, most of it is city-owned, but some HOA type ownership of the landscape area immediately in a community, and those communities pay a small fee on an annual basis to support LADs, and the fees have not kept up because over 30 years, the fees have not changed that much. So the prices need to go up to cover some of those maintenances. And unfortunately, it requires a 50% vote to change those fees. And we attempted to do that to make things appropriate, make things right. And there has been some difficulties in getting enough of to increase the fees adequately. And so we may have to backfill with city funding to the tune of something like over $500,000 a year, or at least a one-time deal, and then maybe more later on, and how the systems may changing. So I think it's important to understand what happened, what the policy is going to be, so that at least our citizenry is aware, because we have over 50 now, and there's an average of maybe about 30 to 40 households for each one of those. So it's affecting a lot of folks. So I just like to have that at least opened up publicly, more transparent as what we did, what we're trying to do, and what we're going to do next. I think I got really good answers, but I'd like to get those answers in a little bit more public now rather than just in answer to my questions. So I just have the team sort of tell us a little bit of the story behind it and where we're going and what's going to happen next.
And as I invite staff up, the questions you mentioned, the answers you mentioned are all posted online under this item for public clarity and information. And so I appreciate staff getting through all those. And you brought us 2 actions tonight. Could you talk about what the actions are in this item? And then that'll lead to what concerns we have above and beyond.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Delana Bradford, Senior Management Analyst for Public Works. Over the last year, our team has put a considerable amount of staff time into trying to solve the LED problem. As you mentioned, it's a 30-year problem. So to come up with solutions in a year is an unreasonable time frame, but our team definitely took our best swing at the 10 districts that we thought were in the worst financial position this past year. And what we found is this is a really complicated topic, even for our community members that care a lot about it. The year is a legal statute in 1972 that sets the basis for the expectations of landscape assessment districts. And then we have Proposition 218, which came online in 1996, which further complicates that and leads to the 50%, which is actually 50% plus 1 that a district needs in order to get their assessments raised. So from the city's perspective, we have a handful of districts that have inflators, annual inflators. The majority of those are 2%. So everybody here knows 2% inflation is not keeping up with the cost. An even smaller handful of our districts, which came online mostly post-2010, have Consumer Price Index, CPI, as their inflator. So last year we were able to take advantage of a 2.7% increase. This next upcoming year for fiscal year 27 will be 2.5%. So again, still very minimal when it comes to trying to keep up with the costs. So when you reflect those cost differences over the past 3 decades, there are considerable deficits that built up in each of these districts. When we went out to our 10 priority districts, it was a pretty high hurdle to get people from the $21 to $100 that they're paying a year to over maybe $400 of what it would take to pay off that deficit before they would ever actually realize any service improvements in their district. So with that recognition and an understanding that there are some fundamental issues with how the program was being run, we have decided to do a one-time general fund contribution that will pay off of those deficits, and then that makes it to where the assessment threshold can come way down because we're not paying off deficits from 30 years. We're kind of starting at a flat line for fiscal year 27. So with that, it also means service level adjustments in all of the districts that were not able to afford their bills currently. So as those costs have come up, the city has been backfilling and paying those costs. So this is to clear that slate, and then moving forward, districts will only receive the services that they can afford. So some of those assessments we are going to see come considerably lower than what community members have been experiencing, and that service level will reflect that. In other areas, we did find that we were not at the maximum of assessments. We were able to go up to the maximum annual assessment, and we do have some room for better services in those districts. So all of the time and effort and energy that went into better understanding the districts gives us a clean path forward so that we know for district by district exactly what needs to happen to make sure that the districts stay balanced into the future.
Thank you. A huge amount of work that you've done. I want to thank you for all this effort. I think you, in the notes, over close to 2,000 hours of effort has gone into this already of staff time to bring this up. And we're also backfilling into the tune of $750,000. And yet, even with all that effort, some of the districts are not going to come up to where they need to be to really be properly maintained. So my concern is to make sure that those folks who are recognized, I'd like to just get it advertised out there. Hey guys, your landscaping maintenance is not going to be as good as you want or what you really should have, and that it doesn't take but $100 more per person to building it up to get it up to where it needs to be, and your house values will decline more than $100 a year if you don't do this. So I want it advertised out there that for a very small fee, the city is also paying for the actual management of this whole system, which doesn't get reimbursed at all, just the actual work that's done by the contractor. So I want the word sent out. Hopefully the media picks this up and lets the districts know, especially the ones that attend in the most severe situations. Guys, come on, come up with your $100 on average increase, and let's make better, and then the whole city improves, and your house improves, your home values improves, your neighborhood improves, and we want more community. So how important your landscape around you is so important. Why not put in the $100 or whatever it is, because it's a very small fee to get this all work done. So I just want it more advertised out there and maybe wake a few folks up that, hey, come on, let's get some petitions out there. Make it happen, please.
Can I just...
More to be said.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we actually are working to shift our community engagement strategy for the next round. We anticipated engaging 10 districts each year until we'd made it through the worst of the districts. But with this deficit payoff, what we are actually putting out is going to be a petition for any district that's ready to go through the Prop 218 process. So now, as a city, we've learned it. We understand what's required. And what we learned through our process of engaging these 10 districts is that when you have an engaged spokesperson, Suzanne Young in Willow Glen, Jack Rhodes in Southgate, when you have somebody that really cares and is passionate within the district, that is when we have the most successful conversations with our districts. So we will be putting out a petition online probably in time for our July 6th presentation on LEDs, which we'll be coming back with. That petition will be live online, and any district that gets 25% of their district to sign on saying that they're ready to go through a Prop 218, the city will be ready and willing to help them through that process.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and discussion. And so I'll just leave it up to the council where they're going to do, because we're about to spend like $750,000 as a catch-up fee. So I'll make sure that is announced that we're doing that, pulling out of general fund, other things to make this happen, and that and then we're going to be doing a slightly different process forward to do a little bit better job of getting the participation we need. So I'll leave it up to council to move this.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'd like to open it to public comment on the item. Will you help us through that, Madam Clerk?
We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting on this, and I have not received any cards, but if anyone would like to make a comment on this item, now's the moment to bring your card to my desk.
Thank you, and not seeing anyone rising and running. We'll close public comment on the item and bring it back to council for a motion.
I'll go ahead and move item 5.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Shrebs and a second by Now. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shrebs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to our item 9, which is our housing element progress report for the year, the calendar 2025. And I'd like to introduce Andrew Triple, our planning manager, and Brian O, director of community development, to walk us through the policy and numbers parts. Are we going to be good to go, or do we need 5? Thanks. Okay.
Great. That's always the most awkward part of the presentation. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. This evening's presentation is the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. This is the progress report for the calendar year January 1 through December 31. And so we'll be covering what the annual progress report is and what it does, Petaluma's RHNA requirement, the 6-cycle housing element. Then we'll look at 2025 housing production activity, housing action plan progress, then some of the market context and state legislation, as well as recommendations and next steps. I would like to mention here at the beginning of the presentation that the city was allowed to submit the annual housing report or annual progress report to HCD for review. And so we did submit it for review. HCD did provide some comments, and otherwise they are willing to accept the annual progress report based upon this evening's discussion and council's vote on the resolution. So the legal requirement is that every city and county submit an annual progress report. This is submitted both to the Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation as well as HCD. And what gets reported then is the number of housing applications submitted. Then we drill down into a specific activity with regard to unit entitlements and then building permits that are issued and finalized. We're required to report on the housing action plan status to achieving full implementation. And then we also provide data on how many projects have used state streamlining provisions, as well as ADU and JADU production. And then the report does have a section for grant program funding status, but the City of Petaluma at present does not have any grant funded programs that are reporting to that section. So then the 6th cycle requires that the City of Petaluma produce 1,910 units. That's required from the 8-year period ranging from 2023 through 2031. And then we see how that's broken out in terms of affordability. So extremely low to very low is required to produce 499 units, or about 26%. Low income, which is 50 to 80% of average median income, is required to produce about 15%. Then moderate at 80 to 120% AMI production should be at about 16% or more. And then above moderate income production should be about 42% of the total units required. So to date then, the city has issued 652 permits for production of housing units, and that totals about 34.1% of our RHNA requirement. For comparison, we're about 37% through the RHNA cycle, so we are trending in the right direction. Down below, we can see the permits that have been issued to date. The city is making very good progress in its extremely low, very low income category, excuse me, as well as its low income categories. It is slightly behind on its moderate income category and then behind on its market rate category as we look at that. So this is a brief glance at the 2025 median household income schedule. Down the left-hand column, we have the household sizes ranging from 1 to 8 persons, and then across the top, ranging from extremely low to the median income of 100% to moderate income of 120%. And so this is what we use then, are the qualifying factors or the qualifying thresholds, for what we refer to as income-restricted households or dwelling units. And what we oftentimes recognize is when we're looking at the median and moderate income households, that these are our, professionals who are working in our schools, in our healthcare industry, and so forth. So I think it's always important to recognize that even though that moderate is 80 to 120% of median income, who is being targeted for those types of households. And so housing production activity in 2025, we had 333 units that were entitled. That means that they went through the planning review process and received their planning entitlements to then enter into a building permit review and ultimately construction phase. We issued 230 building permits, and this is the sort of the threshold or the criterion that HCD uses to evaluate RHNA compliance. So it does recognize that a project does need to get to building permit issuance. However, it doesn't hold the city responsible for ensuring that that project then complete construction and lead to a certificate of occupancy. Of course, that's the goal, but how we're measured in terms of RHNA achievement or fulfillment is based upon building permits issued. And then finally, in 2025, we issued 99 certificates of occupancy, and that would include the full range of housing production from single-family dwellings to the missing middle types of 2 to 4 units. Then, of course, our larger multifamily projects as well as ADUs and JADUs. Currently, we are able to count ADUs towards our RHNA production numbers. So then a quick look here at what comprised the planning approvals or the entitled projects. Sig Commons at 180 units was approved as a mixed income project. Gallagher Senior Living was approved at 85 units, and that is a residential care facility for the elderly. State law does allow us to count those types of facilities towards our RHNA numbers. Also embedded in the Gallagher Senior Living project is typically the understanding that as residents move into those 85 units, that they would be opening usually a single-family detached dwelling unit that would go back onto the market or would provide housing for another family. Then Cherry Street subdivision was an 1123 project, so that benefited from some state streamlining. That was a 9-lot subdivision. Those lots then, when they're sold, would go straight to building permit as opposed to having to go through a SPAR review process. And then Creekwood Condominiums, which is the 59-unit mixed income project out on Casa Grande Road, was also approved. In building permit by progress, by income category, then we can see some of where performance has been and compared across the range of the years that we are looking at for the RHNA cycle. And so we see that there's been a lot more production prior to 2025 in the above moderate categories. But then 2025, we saw more production in our extremely very low and low income categories in comparison to past years. So some of the housing projects that are under construction, we have the Meridian at Petaluma North Station, which is providing 31 affordable housing units, including 33 supportive housing units. So those housing units, especially those supportive, are tracking to the extremely low income category, with the 31 affordable likely tracking to the low income category. Then we have the what was approved as Riverscape and now is being referred to as the Drift townhomes. That's another component of the Riverfront project that is being constructed. I believe that's 44 townhomes. And then Ravenna Lane Apartments is quite well underway on 32 units over on Ravenna Lane. that would be for low-income households. Then housing projects and building permit review. Of course, the Gallagher Senior Living Morella project for 85 units, as I mentioned. They have demoed and cleared that site and are in the final stages of their building permit review. And then the Riverview Apartments, 264 units at the end of Casa Grande Road near the Rocky Dog Park, is back in movement again, very active and well underway in its building permit review as well. And then again, those projects that are approved, Sig Commons, Cherry Suites, Haystack Pacifica, which remains an active project in part to state laws that provided an automatic extension for approved housing development projects, and then Spirit Living, which has kept their entitlements active. So then we shift over to accessory dwelling unit, where the city has been doing exceptionally well in exceeding its RENA goal of 16 units per year. We can see that in 2025, we issued 31 building permits for ADUs. We issued certificates of occupancy for 33, and that gives us an average of 27 ADU permits issued per year. So doing quite well there. And 63% of the ADUs have been constructed. The ADUs, we are still this year, we're able to spread those across our RENA requirements. So for 2025, we are allocating them across all 4 income categories and allowing us to contribute to RENA attainment, especially in some of those harder to achieve categories. So the Housing Action Plan, then, we reported to HCD that overall we're about 76% complete. When we look at the goals where we're slightly behind goals 1 through 3 as compared to goals 4 through 6, that's largely because goals 1 through 3, a lot of those actions are related to the zoning code update as part of the general plan implementation. And so we will be taking action on that here in 2026. And in some cases, I think like goal 2, we would achieve, if I'm not mistaken, 100% implementation on goal 2. So I think given that we're 34% or 37% of the way through our RENA cycle, but 76% of the way through our action plan, understanding that a large chunk of that is zoning code updates. We're tracking very well there. In terms of the market and legislative context, the 2025 ULI Emerging Trends Report, which is a nationally respected report, has indicated that home prices are up and continue to rise since the pandemic, so continuing to struggle in that regard, even though housing production activities are up in some areas of the country. Of course, mortgage rates remain high, which limits activity. There does continue to be the chronic undersupply, even though we are seeing some jurisdictions and some regions really moving forward. I think Austin is a great example of that. They've been able to do quite a lot of housing production. And then the capital markets continue to slowly recover. What I think is affecting us locally is this combination of the fact that our rents are slightly lower than the Bay Area rents, and yet our construction costs continue to be elevated and consistent with the Bay Area. And so that makes it a bit more challenging for these projects to pencil here in Petaluma. And then some of the priorities that we've been working on and continue to work on will be the implementing zoning ordinance, housing element amendments. I think I would add to that as well the land use element implementation following adoption of the general plan update. Also infill missing middle housing, creating opportunities to streamline that and remove regulatory barriers. I think in mention to my previous comments about construction costs, the challenge is while at this point in time we're able to remove regulatory barriers, create streamlining opportunities, we're still not yet exploring. Well, we started exploring, we're brainstorming around how to work on those financial issues that these projects are facing to see if there's opportunities to support them as it relates to cost. And streamlining planning review, of course, that's a major theme in the zoning code update. Otherwise, we continue to work across the other areas. We have focused developer dialogues on those projects that are so important to the city. Certainly Oyster Cove is one of those. We're having conversations elsewhere throughout the city, continuing to fully support developers who are interested in building in Petaluma. And so the recommendation this evening is to receive the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report, accept the presentation, which does include the report itself, as well as an attachment 5 that Caitlin published earlier this afternoon, which was an errata memo of some changes that we made to the staff report. Some of those numbers got a little bit sideways, and we apologize for that. And then approve the resolution accepting the 2025 annual report. And finally, that would authorize us then to submit the resolution and to let HCD know that the report is final. And then I suspect there's going to want to be some conversation around policy going forward. And so I went ahead and repeated this slide to give us some data and some talking points around a policy movement in 2026. And both Director O and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. That's one of my favorite of the year, the housing element coming through, seeing what we're doing about our housing crisis. I'd like to start the questions off with Councilmember Shribs.
First, just on the ADUs, so that's going like gangbusters, it looks like, and I've talked to mayors from other cities now, and a lot of cities are moved in that direction, even throughout the entire U.S. So that's number is much higher. Like before, wasn't it just like 5 to 7 ADUs at most per year, and now we're up to 27?
Sure. Well, that would have been prior to the state actions to facilitate ADU production. We have seen in the last couple of years quite a significant increase in activity, ADU production. That may or may not have been related to your video and your blog post, but, correlation or causation, right? Yeah, but I would add, though, that the state concluded that ADU production is one of their best strategies to making headway into the housing crisis. And so that's been quite a topic of conversation, certainly over the past year and a half at housing conferences. The state essentially sort of left SB 9 behind. They weren't seeing much movement there, but they have done everything that they can do to accelerate ADU production.
Good. Another topic, as I'm talking to in these meetings with other cities, it's the missing middle, and some of the housing folks are talking about the missing middle, the mixed use. It's that 4 to 10 units that right there, like the graph you have here, moderate, 80 to 120% is only 11.5%. Another graph showed that lack of production there in that middle, because at the high end, market rate, that those are selling because folks can afford it, moving from house to house. And at the bottom end, you have the affordabilities, and there's a lot of subsidies happening and that making that work. But the missing middle is where everybody is struggling. So, and I said the Financing Institute is not there for it, because the folks those are for is going to be the young folks coming in, the young professionals, our sons and daughters that want to stay here. And so, can you discuss a little bit about some of that financing structure and where we need to go, and can we involve more of our local banks? Because that's what I'm hearing is that some of the local smaller banks really need to step up, and how we might be able to engage them in helping in this, because it's the financial structure of the mortgages and the loans for both the developer and for the homeowners is missing, because there's not a good structure for that. So can you talk about how we can help promote that?
I'll ask Director O to respond to that question. Before I do, though, it just occurred to me in your comments, Council Member, that what we're seeing on these percentages here to the far right is we are seeing the effect of the state subsidies of lower income housing, right, as well as the relative strength of the market. And so then oftentimes the state wasn't subsidizing moderate income household production. They were subsidizing low and extremely low. And then, of course, the market is solving for itself. So we do see that gap then in moderate income household production.
Council member, I couldn't have said it better myself. I will reference, Andrew, if you go back to the policy, what's to come slide. So there was a slide that Andrew walked through that talked about the what's ahead, right? So how do we 2025 priorities and staff recommendations? We want to ensure that we're streamlining. So how do we drive the costs down for developers, time and money? And so part of what we're going to focus on, what we're calling the zoning code reform, is going to prioritize just that. And I would say we're taking a multi-prong approach, and we're going to look at all of these strategies to help bridge that gap and fill that missing middle.
I had one question. It's I appreciate the policy work, and I think we're moving all the policy in the right direction, but I worry that it's parties beyond our control that really drive what happens in housing. I think the data show that we're at 98, 99 certificates occupancy this year, and that data confusion has me continued confused. I think there were 27 ADUs in that whole 98.
Correct. That's correct.
And if River Place was 35 and Downtown River was 6 more units of affordable, that only leaves 57 that are at market, and 27 of them are ADUs, which I think we've distributed now to different income levels, meaning that of the 98 houses that we opened up this year, that were finished this year by contractors, that maybe 40% or 35% are at market, and more like 60% is at the affordable level from, like we said, from outside money, from the Fed money coming in or ADUs coming in. So one takeaway is we're not building any housing, and so it's hard to extrapolate where the good and bad is when the volume is just so low. And this year's number of houses at 100 is only a third of last year's occupancies from last year, and less than that from the year prior to that. So, we're seeing the trend get worse despite us making all the right plays. So, is there an address of that? I see the things that are in entitlements. I see the things that are in permits. Permits means a bit of confidence. I like that. But how do we get from permit to occupancy? We're on a downward trajectory. We got to change that.
I think that's the question of the hour.
Yeah.
That's where we need to drill down and understand more and really, I think, turn over ideas and really look for. We've like you said, Mayor, we've gotten through some of the easier regulatory stuff we can do, but the challenge still exists.
And I look at comparables or cities that are somewhat comparable. Santa Rosa had a moment of a lot of production in the downtown area, and that was really good. I'm not familiar with this year's effort in last year's. I think it's somewhat a few years when they were really heyday. And I see Cotati, kind of the other end of city sizes in Sonoma. We're in between those two metrics. Cotati was grown on a percentage basis like tremendously. But recently I've noticed that some things that were at building permit have actually pulled in their horns because of economic trends. Not their economics, but economic trends. Cost of materials no longer fits the project cost. How do we feel about us versus anybody else?
Well, I do think that Santa Rosa had quite a lot of entitled projects in the pipeline, and we did see those come to fruition in the last several years. there's still a fair amount of activity going on. I think in the entitlement area, not so much construction maybe is backed off. And I think we could attribute that to just high interest rates and construction costs. I do think that a lot of projects had sort of paused to see what the tariffs were doing, especially related to steel and to gypsum board. So maybe now that seems like that's starting to settle out, that might help some of those projects. Two cities that we've been looking at are Santa Rosa and San Jose, because they have developed multifamily incentive programs where if you, in the case of San Jose, they made development impact fee reductions available to 1,500 units of already approved projects. And they do attribute that development fee incentive program to moving two of three projects to production. So it's interesting that they really targeted already approved projects and then limited the number of units that they were willing to provide incentives to. That could have been a budget decision, right? It also could have been that they wanted to respond to some projects that were catalytic in nature that had already been approved, but they didn't want to really open it wide up to forthcoming projects. Santa Rosa, on the other hand, took a different approach. Santa Rosa has, I believe they're in their second round of either new or renewed what they refer to as their high-density multifamily housing incentives, and their projects can benefit from development impact fee reductions, but there's no criteria. There might be a geographic location criteria, but there's no requirement that they be already approved. So we are seeing jurisdictions really, I think, center in on development impact fees as being a significant contributor to cost. And probably those jurisdictions have done everything that they can do to reduce the regulatory burden and to streamline. And so they're now moving into what they can do to financially incentivize projects.
Do either of those programs have income-based requirements? You know,
I would assume so. Right.
You think they're for affordable units?
Sure.
Market rate.
Well, it could be both. So in the case of Santa Rosa, I know when I worked in Santa Rosa, we had one project that received them. That was geographic based because they were really looking to incentivize downtown development. And if I'm not mistaken, the projects only had to comply with their inclusionary housing ordinance, I believe was the case. San Jose, I'm not familiar with. I would assume that there's some component of affordable housing in those projects, whether it's to comply with inclusionary housing or to exceed it. I'm not sure.
That's a great distinction. I'm not sure that we focused on that. If it's all affordable, we waive fees in Petaluma.
Oh, that's correct.
So,
right.
I mean, if it's 100% affordable, impact fees aren't an issue. But if you have an inclusionary component, which, you know, a market rate would have that 15% put on them, there's still impact fees there that, you know, perhaps are burdensome. But as I see our entitled projects not proceed, Oyster Cove not proceed, and Haystack not proceed, Creekwood, you know, and that was condos, which we were kind of excited about. And Oyster Cove, you know, if even the entitled ones don't move, what are the odds that any creative and new gets brought to the table? So I am still worried that while in policy we're on strong ground, the market is not being kind to Petaluma right now. And question, Councilmember Schribb? We're still in questions.
Yeah, some of the larger cities and even some regional, I think even the Bay Area is looking at a fund, a housing and entrepreneurial type fund, which gets created. So how many millions of dollars could put in a bucket, and then that's actually used to incentivize and use as rotational to get that, especially the mixed middle housing rolling. So is there any, are we looking at maybe even a Sonoma County level or North Bay Area regional funding source where the cities all get together and then create an entrepreneurial enterprise fund for specifically the mixing middle, which is what we're really missing. Can we thought about that? Can we do that?
I think that's a great idea. There's a lot of council member. I think, and I'll just reference back to the slide of what's to come. We're going to need to take a multi-prong approach. I think a lot of the zoning code reform work not just is going to help future projects, but I do think it will generate more interest with the city of Petaluma. So I do think it'll start to open up those projects that are stuck, seemingly. And I'll just focus just for 30 seconds on the bottom right-hand slide, focus developer dialogues. Each of those projects that the mayor referenced, they all have different, I'd say, challenges or issues. And so we, for most of them, actually all of them, we've opened up a line of communication to really understand what those challenges are. How do we bridge that gap? And so as part of the zoning code work, I believe in phase 2, that would come sometime towards the end of the year, or a bulk of it towards the end of the year, we'll really focus on those incentives. So whether it's at the city level, the county level, we continue to hear about BAFA at the regional level. I think there's mutual interest both at the city level up all the way up to the state level to really get a hold of missing middle. It's the opportunity. It's what our general plan is really built on, to look for those sites. And so I'm optimistic of the work plan that we have. Andrew will be leading much of that as we look ahead. So I think there's more to come and a lot of positive work that's ahead of us.
I love the BAFA idea, Area Fund for Housing. I forget what the acronym actually stands for, but that would be Bay Area. States talked about it, locals talked about it, but that funding source aside, is there potential for the RED, which we've been talking about, or the EIFDs to assist in putting any of these folks over the finish line?
So we're having some very preliminary discussions. So I'd say yes, we want to look at every opportunity, whether it's a financing tool, it's some sort of incentive. At the end of the day, these are the highest probability sites of actually getting people through the doors. And so that's where we're going to focus our attention this year.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah. So San Jose, 0 market rate multifamily housing starts in 2024, and they had over 1,000 in 2025. They did that by reducing fees, including inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is a pretty significant subsidy for affordable units, especially on small projects, and right now we apply it to pretty small projects. I asked a developer or someone that represents developers to go out and find me some numbers on that, and he said a 50-unit project with 1,300 square foot workforce housing and 15% inclusionary comes out to about $1.9 million subsidy for the affordable units from the non-affordable units, because they have to make that pencil. When you look at projects like Creekwood being abandoned, and I don't know what the remediation was on the likes of Oyster Cove. I don't know how much that was going to cost, but I think it was $1 million or a couple $1 million. I just think we have to look at our inclusionary zoning. I also think we need to kind of flip the script a little bit on looking at this of like how many new units are coming online at lower incomes, because what you look at when you look at cities who have focused on supply side policies for housing, it's the overall rents in the city that come down. Right, it's the affordability of the rest of the housing stock, not just like the new housing stock that we're getting. And so, like, the stories about Austin are not like, it's not just how many homes they built, it's like what happened to the rest of the units. And, you know, it's kind of like, I've been telling people, like, during COVID, there was a shortage of components, and so we saw fewer new vehicles, and that drove up the cost of used vehicles for a short period, right? And like, we've got the same thing in housing, where there's a shortage of new housing, and we've driven up the cost of existing homes, but we've just let the supply chain completely linger for over 2 decades now without trying to fix it. And so I really think we need to look at fees. And I think we need to, like, frame that in the context of lost revenues, because the project, like Haystack, has been entitled since like 2020 or 2019, 2018, something like that. And like, the total property tax value from that project site is like $13,000 a year. We see like 11% of that or 15% of that makes its way to the city, and there's zero sales tax that's generated from it. Like, I think if we got $0 in impact fees from that project, we would have easily made our money back. And instead of looking at one-time impact fees, we'd be looking at operating revenues. And those are what we really care about when we think about our general fund. So I really think that it would be helpful for us to take a strong look at our impact fees and relaxing those. I think we should look at our inclusionary zoning and really relaxing that. Maybe we only apply inclusionary zoning to projects that are over 100 units or over 150 units, something like that, to where the per unit subsidy or something is far less, reducing from 15 to 10%, something. But, you know, like, I'm in a fellowship right now from the Abundance Network, and literally the things that they're saying to focus on are streamlining, which it sounds like we're doing, and fee reductions. And that's the thing that everybody here is too, like, feels like we're just too afraid to touch it, but we're just losing good projects, and it just is embarrassing to see less than 100 certificates of occupancy when we're in a housing crisis. I don't think we're acting like it.
Thank you. I think we're jumping into our comments and wrap up. We should go to public comment before we do that, and so I'd like to invite the clerk to tell us if we had any emails prior.
We did not have any emails ahead of the meeting on this item, but now would be the moment if anyone would like to submit a card. I don't have any cards for item number 9.
Not seeing anyone rising and coming forward. We have opened public comment, and it is now closed. And that brings it back to the council for any last comments. And I think we are we doing a resolution of acceptance here? Yes, a resolution of acceptance.
That's correct,
Is the
Mayor.
motion. Comments, please.
In talking to recent first-time homebuyers who weren't able to find single-family homes to purchase in Petaluma and went to Novato and Runner Park, and one of the problems we have in Petaluma is we only have infill. We don't have big parcels to build big subdivisions. So we're looking at smaller units, which are going to cost more. But there's the condo situation, and some of these first-time homebuyers would like to start with a condo and then work their way up into a larger single-family home. But some of them are our educators, though one gentleman was the plumber working on my 2 bathrooms. So he was really excited to tell me he was their first-time homebuyer, but he couldn't find anything in Petaluma. One was my niece, who is a teacher, and they did give her incentives for being a first-time homebuyer and being a teacher. And then the plumber was telling me there was some creative financing. I didn't really follow because I was busy cleaning up. But they did something with his loan because he took, I don't know how it worked. But anyway, he was very happy with his loan and the percentage he got. And it was an incentive to be a first-time home buyer. And he says it's going to be a struggle. He's a new business owner. But then we also have new business owners who are coming to Petaluma who are looking to purchase single-family homes. And we have these entitlements. So where do we go from here? That's kind of my question.
Well, I think your comments highlighted one important point, and that's that it's not just about having the unit, it's about the type of unit that's available, right? So is it single family detached? Is it attached product? Is it a fourplex condoed? What have you? And I do think that up here in the North Bay, the market's been delivering a lot of multifamily for rent. But that doesn't really support those people who are ready to purchase a home, but they're not able to find that type of home that they want. Other than that, single family detached on a 6,000 square foot lot, and maybe they're not ready for that. So I do think we need to diversify the types of products that we have or that we're encouraging and facilitating. And that will happen this summer through the zoning code updates. We'll be able to focus on some of that missing middle housing, expand support for an array of housing products. Also, when we look at Gallagher Senior Living Project, Spirit Living and such, where we are creating those opportunities for people to age in place, at least within the community, age in place, perhaps not in their own homes, but to be able to move into some of these care facilities and be able to open up some of those single-family detached. That doesn't solve sort of the diversification of the housing type question, but it does help create a bit more supply in the marketplace. Sure.
Yeah, I think I would support that inclusionary housing conversation during fees. I know particularly if we did it so that we focused on downtown and said, well, we can negotiate the inclusion in the downtown area so that we're not putting the poorest on the perimeters, and we have an equity conversation to make there. But for me, it comes down to we graduate 900 seniors a year from our high schools. And in 10 years, maybe they couple up, and that's 450, forgetting about births and deaths and everything else, but just ballparking them, 450 couples in 10 years from our high schools, and we build 100 houses per year. I mean, it's no wonder that the price driver cost our rent to be high, cost our housing cost to be high. Looking for a motion to support the resolution to accept the housing element.
I can make that motion to accept the housing element.
Please, we have a motion by Now.
I'll second it.
Second by Quint. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Great presentation. Great work
Thank
on
you,
the
Mayor.
policy effort. We're moving to item 10, which is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with David Baker Architects funded through grant funds received from the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Planning and Public Service Program. It's an award to prepare the Petaluma Fairgrounds plan. And to help us with this, we have Ella Stevie. It is. Senior Planner, and Brian O., our Director of Community Development. And Ella, I believe this is your first presentation to council, so congratulations. Welcome to a very friendly bunch.
All right, I'm terrible at multitasking, so I'm going to get my presentation here, and then I will introduce myself. All right.
You have to switch the
screen. Okay, thank you. Working through the kinks here, my first time. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Ella Stevie. I will not be offended if anyone mispronounces my name. I'm a senior planner with community development. So I'm very excited to be here tonight to discuss the fairgrounds. So tonight, we're here to recommend approval of the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with David Baker Architects to prepare the Petaluma Fairgrounds plan. So tonight, I will summarize some key background, including the funding source for this project. We'll walk through the RFP process and outcome, and then I'll talk about the proposal of the selected team, David Baker Architects. We'll cover the financial impact of the project and then wrap up with staff's recommendation. Okay, so the Petaluma Fairgrounds Plan is the term that I'll use to refer to the several deliverables that I'll explain in a few slides. The Fairgrounds Plan is the most recent step in a long process at the fairgrounds. So I won't provide a comprehensive history tonight. Many of you have been here for much of it or all of it, but I will hit the highlights related to this planning process. So in 2022, the city initiated a process with Healthy Democracy to facilitate a community advisory panel that was lottery selected. That panel deliberated at length on the future of the fairgrounds, and they established guiding principles for the site. So some of these guiding principles addressed the process that people wanted to see, telling us that the future of the site should be based on community input. They also guide us to create and maintain authentic partnerships across stakeholders and community groups. The guiding principles also talk about the outcomes that are desired, affirming a commitment to agriculture, calling to preserve and enhance key elements of the site, and honoring the site's legacy. So the guiding principles specifically call for emergency response resources on the site. They also push us to maximize this key asset as a unique opportunity to meet the community's needs and desires. The Healthy Democracy panelists also participated in a design charrette to see how that vision might play out on the site. For that charrette, which was essentially a design exercise to try to map visions onto paper, there were 5 different groups, with each group had panelists, panel members, architects, and moderators. So the 5 groups focused on 3 different visions, and you can see the outcomes here. So this was an essential step in starting to think about how we can allocate space on the fairgrounds to meet its full community potential. But as you can see, we still have 5 different drawings here, and we don't have any information about the feasibility of what's sketched out, which is why we aren't done with the planning process yet. So back to our timeline here. In October of 2022, City Council had a meeting that mapped out next steps. So at that meeting, they, meaning including many of you, directed the city to assume control of the site following the expiration of the lease with the DAA, continuation of the annual fair on the fairgrounds property, and site analysis and master planning to determine additional sustainable and compatible uses. In that same meeting, Council also adopted a resolution establishing those guiding principles from the Healthy Democracy process. Then in 2024, Council voted to approve an application for a grant through the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Unfortunately, we won that grant. So in January of last year, Petaluma was awarded a grant of just over $1.19 million. So this is intended for planning of the entire fairground site, including but not limited to the Community Resilience Center. So the city released a widely circulated request for proposals to create these grant deliverables in December of last year. We received 10 complete high-quality proposals, and honestly, we were really blown away with the quality and interest and passion that they showed. So after reviewing all of the proposals, the selection committee invited 6 teams to interview. After the interviews and a lot more deliberation, we selected David Baker Architects, or DBA, and their team of sub-consultants. We felt that their team could best accomplish the goals, objectives, and intent of the Petaluma Fairgrounds Plan process. So now I want to talk a little more about the RFP itself. So it opened with key background, including some basic assumptions. So the 2 main assumptions we wanted to make sure were really clear from the start. The first one is the Fairgrounds campus will continue to host the fair and other community events. And the second was it will also establish itself as a community resilience center, which both continues its role as a critical regional evacuation site and formalizes its role as a center for year-round services to the Petaluma community. So then the RFP clarified 3 primary deliverables, which are consistent with what we are required to deliver under the grant. So those are, first, the comprehensive master plan for the Fairgrounds campus. So this guides the adaptive reuse of the fairgrounds into a dynamic, multi-purpose campus that serves the community while also housing a community resilience center. So the master plan will include an affirmed and updated vision, a site analysis, a site plan that describes what goes where, proposed program and activities, and then phasing operations and an economic and funding strategy. So then second is a conceptual plan for a community resilience center on the Fairgrounds campus. So this creates a conceptual design for either a single facility or maybe multiple separate facilities, potentially in existing buildings. We don't know yet what would make the most sense, so that's part of the process, is figuring that out. But then the whole, all of the area would total up to approximately 10,000 square feet to serve as that community resilience center. So those 3 deliverables are what I'm referring to as the Petaluma Fairgrounds plan, because it does include the master plan, the CRC conceptual plan, and that, I forgot to say, the third one is the proposed infrastructure layout for the Fairgrounds campus. So this establishes the necessary utilities, transportation systems, and other essential services for future development and implementation. So to support the development of these components and to ensure that they are implementation ready, the Petaluma Fairgrounds plan will also include these 2 really key tasks. So the first is community engagement. This ensures that the future of the fairgrounds is guided by stakeholders and community members through effective engagement. And then the second is special studies of the project site. So this provides critical background information on existing conditions for what we know is a pretty complex site. It also includes key analyses to position the city for implementation and to understand implications of the proposed design. So for example, we know we'll want a traffic study to evaluate the design in the eventual master plan. And that traffic study will help us understand mobility implications, and it'll also address things like parking strategy and identifying any needed off-site improvements. So as I mentioned earlier, the selection committee felt that DBA delivered the strongest team and approach to accomplish this scope of work. DBA is a nationally recognized leader in sustainable, human-centered urban design. They have a proven track record of creating livable, mixed-use communities. They're based in the Bay Area with offices in San Francisco and Oakland, and they have decades of experience implementing pragmatic, people-centered approaches to resilience. So through their proposal and their interview, DBA demonstrated deep experience in successful delivery of complex projects, as well as a shared passion for this site. The team led by DBA unites this deep local experience with world-class expertise. So it includes Sherwood design engineers who will contribute resilient, site-specific infrastructure solutions. CMG landscape architecture adds visionary public realm design. Civic Makers and Plan to Place co-lead engagement, with Plan to Place bringing continuity from their work on the general plan update, and then Civic Makers bringing expertise in navigating complex public challenges. Then we have Farron Pierce brings insights into connectivity for the site, and Bay Area Economics grounds the plan in market feasibility and funding strategies. DBA's proposal includes a community and stakeholder-driven engagement process. So that process is designed to be inclusive, flexible, and meaningful. It builds on the work that's already been done by Healthy Democracy and other planning projects. So DBA's approach of integrated collaboration effectively incorporates that public input that we're going to work really hard to get into the design process and decision making in a really authentic reflection of that guiding principle that this should be guided by public input. Additionally, Civic Makers and Plan to Place will ensure grassroots engagement that prioritizes hard to reach groups and offers multiple ways for people to communicate, for the community to engage at each phase. So city staff will be returning to City Council at key milestones throughout the process, including receiving council direction on the draft Fairgrounds Master Plan. So here's just a very summarized version of the schedule. The more detailed and attractive one from DBA is in your attachments. But this just kind of illustrates where we're headed. So we're hoping to dive right in, even having a light touch flyer or some kind of, some simple way to engage at the fair itself with the very apt theme of past, present, and future. It seems too good to pass up on that opportunity. So there'll be a big early push on all the different tasks. You can see the bars across the whole, top to bottom once we start. And so then the infrastructure and special studies will kind of pause after that initial existing conditions push while we work out the details of the master plan and the CRC facility. So once we confirm the direction that we're headed on those pieces, we'll be back in full steam ahead on all parts, back into the infrastructure and the special studies to make sure we get a finalized plan that is ready to be implemented. DBA's schedule has us wrapping up just before the holidays in 2027 with some final grant reporting extending into 2028. So that leaves us in really good shape, leaving us plenty of time to meet our grant deadlines. The financial impact of this contract award will be reimbursed by the grant award of $1.19 million. So that will include the contract total of up to a little over $885,000, as well as being able to reimburse ourselves for over $300,000 in staff time. So based on the RFP issued, the strong proposals that we received, and extensive deliberation to determine the best team to deliver this project, staff are happy to recommend approval of the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with David Baker Architects to prepare the Petaluma Fairgrounds plan. So we invited DBA here tonight to give a short presentation, so I want to hand it over to them to introduce themselves, and I will pull up their presentation while they do that.
Thank you, Ella. Well, good evening, Mayor McDonald, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and council members. My name is Chelsea Johnson. I'm a principal at David Baker Architects, and I'm so excited to introduce our firm today and tell you how deeply honored we are to be working on this site. We know that this site is incredibly important to the city and to all of you and the community, and we take it very seriously. We're deeply honored, so thank you. We've titled our approach and vision Design for Resilience and Cultural Continuity, because we believe and know through research that communities fare better in times of disaster when they have strong social ties and in tight-knit communities. And we just think how lovely and inspiring it is that this site already functions that way through the multiplicity of uses, events, cultural heritage on site that is just so inspiring to us. So our approach really is about building upon what's there and celebrating the amazing community resource that it is. Our goal is to honor that legacy as well and create a plan that does a few things. Increases community activation on a daily basis by adding a multiplicity of uses to the site. So honoring what's there, but also layering and adding uses that the community wants to see and making a project plan that pencils economically. We also see an opportunity of knitting the fairgrounds into the fabric of Petaluma. This is currently, as you all are aware, a very large site in the middle of the city grid, and there's a lot of connectivity issues and ability to connect to the active transportation plan, the city grid, in a more porous and active way. So we can advance to the next slide, and I can let you know a little bit about our team. So these friendly faces that you see on the screen are who we proposed for the team at David Baker Architects. Daniel Simons will be the principal in charge. I will be the master plan lead. Brett Jones here today will be the community resilience lead for the Resilience Center. Amelia Muller will be the project manager. She's also the project manager of the Petaluma River Park Hopper site that we've been studying. So she has deep knowledge about Petaluma as well. Sarah is our an amazing urban designer and data specialist. So in addition to being an incredible designer, has incredible data skills, so she can help us synthesize complex information on the site. And we have an in-house graphic designer, Isabel. And to tell you a little bit about DBA, we can advance, and we can advance to the next slide too. David Baker Architects, we have 65 people in our office. We have offices in San Francisco, Oakland, Birmingham, and Los Angeles. And we're a 65-person firm, which is medium to large, but we really operate at like a small studio or almost like a family. Our people are really important to us. We are B Corp certified and JEST certified. And that really instills a sense of commitment to our people. We have very strong people first policies in our office, and it all comes down to people stay for a really long time, and we have incredibly high tenure. And all that institutional knowledge is baked into the staff that works on our projects with a shared sense of mission and purpose for our community-based work. Our people are our greatest asset at DBA. And next slide. This is a window into our office spaces. We have a fabrication shop at our Oakland office. We have our mothership office in San Francisco. We also have an outpost in Birmingham, Alabama. That's pretty wonderful. And again, we have multiple offices, which make us sound like a corporate office, but we're inherently not that. We're this like very tight-knit creative studio that operates in these quirky, adapted for use spaces. And so we have a bunch of modes and areas that we work in, and to capture this, we call ourselves an integrated studio designing across multiple scales. And so we do architecture. We can flip through these slides kind of quickly. We do architecture, urban design, hospitality, civic architecture, such as at the Petaluma River Park, transformative reuse and adaptive reuse. Our DBA lab arm is an exploratory arm of our practice where we do a number of things. Many of these projects are pro bono or short activation projects. The image on the screen is an affordable housing activation project. Before the building was constructed, we did an event space where musicians, happenings can happen, music events, food events can occur. And our DBA workshop, where we do have in-house fabrication. So I like to think of this as working across scales, and this project is at the urban design scale, master planning scale, but we can leverage these different ways of thinking about the building scale and the adaptive reuse aspect of this site, and the scale of these like smaller, more intimate community spaces. Our project, the Petaluma River Park, is one where we've collaborated with, as you know, CMG and Sherwood, and we're bringing that cohesive team and that amazing creative energy and site specificity and all the knowledge that's been gleaned about Petaluma to the fairgrounds site. So I think that's a really amazing point where we can leverage the team of the Petaluma River Park on the fairgrounds site, which is so close, it's just a stone's throw away. Here are just a few images of the Petaluma River Park. We're designing the civic architecture, so bathrooms, shade structures, and a band shell for the amphitheater. And here's a plan view of the current plan. We are also working on some early studies on the Hopper site as well, just some early feasibility studies. So we, in our interview, we were asked this question: what will make this project successful? And to us, what success looks like is that we have a plan and everyone is behind that plan. The city government, the people of Petaluma, the operators on site are united and excited about the plan, and that it's also grounded in feasibility. That it's a plan that has a roadmap to fruition. We understand that this is an incredibly complex site, and we're approaching this project with a lot of optimism that on the outset, it might seem that across the community, there's different wants and different needs, and it might be contentious. And when we come into a project like that, we have a lot of optimism that everything might be possible, that if we approach it with a creative vision where a multiplicity of uses can occur and overlap, our goal is to make the most of what the community wants and what the city wants feasible on site and happen. And what we also bring to the project is like an ability to synthesize highly complex information in very clear ways through diagrams or through visualization of data. And so we think that that's also a special skill we bring to facilitate decision-making, clarity, and a really clear vision in the midst of complexity as we work through the process. So I just want to close by saying again, just how thankful and deeply honored we are to be working on this project with all of you. We take this very seriously, and we know we need to nail it and create a plan that everyone is 100% behind. So we are just so excited to be working here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the team effort to get the presentations up. Council, questions? Councilmember Shribs?
Just the first question is just the RFP process and how we came to be at this point. So I've heard talks from the Baker Group before, and a phenomenal group, does phenomenal work elsewhere and everything coming in. I have a suspicion, maybe a little bit more expensive than the other folks. So was it a little bit more expensive or a lot more expensive, some of the other folks, in this RFP process and decision-making? And since we're now picking someone that may be higher priced but better for us to do this, can we use the same process in other decision-making RFPs? Not just take the lowest bid.
So Brian and I consulted on this as we wrote the RFP. We kind of gave a target for people, and there were 10 proposals, and I believe all of them were within a very small range. One might have been 50,000 less, but so DVA was not. They were comparable to all of them, and actually one thing that we liked about their team is that some other teams didn't have. Some teams were very stacked at the top, like it was all principal level, and there was kind of any of that kind of grunt work was very expensive, and DVA's model we felt was more efficient because they have a lot of efficiency with their integrated structure. So while they're very high quality, it was not any more than the other proposals.
Good, and I like that we're combining with the River Park situation also. Now, which brings me to the difference between the two sites. The River Park has a lot of open space with an empty palette, basically. The fairgrounds is not a very open space. It's got lots of structures on it, and we're demanding and expecting a huge amount of stuff to be added in. So I get a little concerned about all the stuff we're wanting to add in and make happen there. And I'm going to the actual square foot, only 55 acres. Okay, you're going to put all this in 55 acres? Really? And then try to keep what's there also. And so I get a little concerned on that. So what it really comes down to is specifically, well, there's a whole general thing. There's space for the fair, space for the ag and farmers market, space for the have a park situation, space for folks to show up in case of an emergency. So how much space does that really require? All of that, how much compatibility of overlap we can get. But I'm really concerned about the Community Resource Center, Resiliency Center, at only 10,000 square feet. I'm thinking 100,000 square feet is needed to do the functionality that it's expected of a resiliency center. So I'm really scared that we're limiting the capacity and functionality of this thing at 10,000 square feet. That's not much for the expectation it's going to hold. Just the equipment we're asking it to hold will be 10,000 square feet, let alone the actual activity space. So how do we come up with 10,000 square feet, and why is it not 100,000, 200,000 square feet?
Councilmember, good question. The initial stab at speccing the center was really driven by the larger Community Resiliency Center grant process that's through the California Strategic Growth Council. We knew that that grant had a construction or an implementation cap of a $10 million building budget, basically. So in submitting our initial application for that back in, I want to say 2024, we knew that we needed to have a realistic size of facility that could be funded with the construction dollars that were available to us under that grant. However, what I will say is that 10,000 square foot figure is really just what we're thinking about with whether it's a new building or renovations of existing buildings, et cetera, while also acknowledging that the site may be the ideal place for that because there are all of the ancillary uses and facilities around it. So it's not to say that the Resiliency Center itself is limited or restricted to 10,000 square feet, but we have kind of had that Strategic Growth Council grant in mind in speccing out what that building will be. Obviously, as we've seen the animal evacuations and some of the other uses that we've had during emergencies on the facility, there will inevitably be other buildings and other structures and other areas of the fairgrounds that will get used in those types of larger evacuations.
Good. It's just a matter of how to pack that all in, especially a cooperative space where it's multi-use space throughout. And that also, of course, we're going to have to deal with the race. The largest single feature, of course, is the raceway that is there. So how to divide that all in there. But that's all for you to figure out. But I'll leave it to other questions for the other council members.
Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. Really excited about this. Congratulations. I thought I might be the first person to introduce scope creep, but you beat me to it, John. So when I think, so I just want to plant one seed with Community Resilience Center. I think of it as, being a hybrid facility, part emergency operations hub, part community center, part social services anchor, that kind of activity. One of the things that our community, I think, is desperately in need of is a new senior center. And so as we think about that, it would be, I think, phenomenal to try to incorporate something like that into this kind of area. So I'll leave it at that. I know there's going to be tons of opportunity to offer more input, but I at least wanted to plant that seed. Thank you.
Councilmember Now.
Hi, you'll learn I'm the biggest fairgrounds cheerleader there is. I have lots of history starting as a young 4-H'er at the fairgrounds. And one thing I didn't know about the fairgrounds, so I called our friends at Rebuilding Together and asked the executive director to take me on a little tour of what they have been doing with the fairgrounds. And they have mobile showers, they have classrooms, they have a wardrobe, a room just for our unhoused population to find clothing, to go to an interview or just wear at a job. And they're actually contracting with the city to do numerous jobs and tasks in our community as well as on the fairgrounds. So the planters look amazing. The grounds look great. I'm kind of partial to the preschool there since my daughter opened and has been very successful there. And the Speedway is a big attraction to our families, and then the future there and the Playland. I know a lot of families use that too. But I just wanted to really emphasize that what Rebuilding Together and how they're using the Live Oak classrooms is actually going to our what we want to do for our resilience center, because this is our unhoused population, and we want to help them. And in talking to them, they're very proud to do community tasks and helping around the fairgrounds. So I'm looking forward to it, and you'll hear a lot about me. Bye.
Any questions about the contract we're discussing today? Councilmember Cater.
Well, I'll just comment, I would like to see a senior center at the fairgrounds.
That's not a question, but we'll get back in here.
I don't have any
so
questions.
I'll ask to go to public. You have a question. Great. Okay. Vice Mayor.
And thank you for your presentation. Do we have any initial numbers as to what the Resiliency Center may cost?
We have, so you'll notice, Vice Mayor, in our council Q&A, I think back in 22, we did a building assessment. We could somewhat extrapolate, a rough cost, but we're nowhere near identifying hard costs, et cetera. I think what's going to be really critical is this initial engagement with the community. How do we define that space? Is it 10K? Is it more? And then we can go from there to start looking at cost and feasibility, but that's going to be part of this holistic plan that gets delivered.
Okay. And is this likely a building we'll have to bond for?
At this point, again, we have existing buildings that have been assessed. We really want to have that, genuine conversation with our community on what the needs are for a resiliency center. What our Assistant City Manager, Cochran, had identified is there are funding opportunities. There's one that's about to open this year. We expect it to continue. There's climate bonds. There's lots of external funds that we can leverage. And so once we get to that financing and feasibility component, we'll have a robust discussion.
Thank you. And for the master plan, making sure that everybody's included in the discussion, how will the team seek out key constituents and get engagement from them, and to what level will that happen?
So Chelsea, I'll start this off. I think the beauty of the proposal, not just the carryover and consistency with the general plan engagement that we've had with the community, we're really going to be leveraging our partners. Again, I'll just take the moniker about the fair this year, past, present, and future. All of that's critical, and so ensuring that we have a diverse set of stakeholders from the ag community to our city residents is only going to make this successful. And so I believe one of our deliverables is an outreach plan, and we'll get into a lot more detail once that plan is developed.
I'll just add that DBA's presentation in their interview had a much deeper dive into that. I did ask, we knew it was a full agenda tonight, so we didn't go into all of that, but the two consultant teams who they've hired had a lot of really great examples of how they've kind of designed these bespoke activities to reach different kinds of groups that are generally hard to reach. They're very creative and ready to jump into that to make sure we hear everyone's voice.
Okay. No, thank you. And with that understanding, are we sure 3 workshops is going to be enough to cover this?
I believe so. And I think, again, we're going to have some milestones and touch points. If there's something that would require us to, pivot, retool, we can come back and report back at that time. But I do think it's enough.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, you guys came up with a lot of goodwill from past experiences in Petaluma and current experiences in Petaluma. I did note that Healdsburg just completed up their, I don't want to guess, it's 15,000 square feet open pavilion. and the Foley family facility, and they mentioned while they had $1 million something in the property, they were at $7 million for an open pavilion with grounds around it. But if we're talking about a facility, that'll give you an order of magnitude of what the costs are on what we're talking about. But my question is like, broadly speaking, this is visioning, and we have no identified funding for any of the improvements at this time. Will that be a constraint in your visualizations to folks? How do you explain, well, if we get a grant, we get to do a thing, but if you have to pay it, if we've got to pass a tax, well, that means a different. How do you ground the economic reality with the vision reality?
Oh, I think that's an incredible point, Mayor. That is something we're very much have our eye on. So we have ideas for the themes of the 3 engagement meetings. The first one, hearing about the previous process and reaffirming what we heard in the healthy democracy process, and giving us fodder and more information for an initial discovery phase. After this discovery phase, as a part of the discovery phase, we're going to be doing initial economic modeling on all the possible uses on site to understand where the levers are economically for what can and can't pencil. So that when we go to the community in public workshop number 2, we're able to have a conversation about clear trade-offs or how things work together with an economic lens, because that's so important. We don't want to promise the community something that we can't deliver economically. But we also want to craft those conversations very carefully and transparently and thoughtfully.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I think we have had a recent great experience with our skate park and the public participation in that. It was more focused, and so it was easier to achieve. But the meetings occurred in rapid succession, and I think a lesson we have from a lot of public meetings is long durations. Our staff is doing research, or consultants are doing research, deteriorates from the public's confidence and the public's remembrance of what was actually transpired in a given meeting. How quickly, I'm looking at the schedule and say, how can you compress this schedule? How can we not lose the public over this period?
Yeah. I've worked on projects where we talked about doing that, and that was what we set out to do, and then we got there and it was too compressed. I think that's definitely a concern here, and especially as we want to keep this momentum, we want to go right into implementation. So we have been really careful to wrap a really thorough economic feasibility study into this, so that there's not like the day after we adopt it, we know, okay, here's what we need to go do now, not like, okay, where do we start? So we've designed the plan to be that way, but as a result, it will take some time, and it is, I think that the trade-off conversation, we have to give that room. And you have the kind of let's say we had the 3 workshops, and there will be some waiting time between them, but that's because these guys are going to be doing a lot of work on all of these complex moving pieces and making sure that the conversation we're bringing to the public is just right, and speaking to what people care about, and getting all the information we need to set a direction. So I think I'm thinking a lot about this project on what is the communication in between that. So we'll be working with the communications department, and I think we want to host our own website and be able to offer an online version of the workshops. And so I think that can be a place where people learn to come to understand. So we can provide updates of, say, okay, here's what we heard, 2 months ago in the workshop. This is what you reported back. I think we can work out an effective communications plan to bring people along with us. So it's not just they have what happened after that workshop last June, so that there's a kind of understanding about the process for the people who are coming along for the ride.
Yeah, I think that lack of communication is a classic problem, and outreach in between event is the success key. So I'm looking at the schedule, and it's a year and a half-ish from now on target, and then the funding game starts and things like that. So would it be fair to say that our existing tenants will probably have opportunity for the next 3 years without,
So I would say that's fair, as even just...
Not accurate necessarily, but close to fair.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it was mentioned in the council Q&A as well. There's 2 one-year extensions. We've started that process to engage with existing tenants, who will be every bit as important of a group of stakeholders as part of this. And so, again, early engagement. And just to answer the question you had, Mayor, about how do we move this along in a timely way, we need to maximize those opportunities, as the Vice Mayor identified. We need to make sure that everyone is at the table, and the communication is clear and consistent, and I'm confident. I don't know if we can truncate any spot, but I'm confident that through this process that we've identified, we'll have a really good plan to move forward on.
Looking forward to it. Councilmember Now?
Thank you, and I'll say on the question. Okay. One of my questions was answered in the Q&A about the existing buildings that have been condemned or red tagged, and last year there was an incident where we need to rebuild trust with the ag community, because the first day of Fair Week, a show ring and building were being demolished as the 4-H'ers were coming in. We do not want surprises ever again like that. There was no communication. I was getting calls. The council was all getting calls. We didn't have it. So my question is, how are we going to know what buildings are the first to be either leveled or restructured so they can be in use? Because there's 2 main livestock which were used during the evacuations. So those are the 2 main questions. When are we going to know?
I think we need to defer that to a conversation about fair activities. I think not pertinent maybe to the award of contract tonight. And we can ask that as questions to the CM to bring to us as what is proposed in the budget. I mean, we can't do a demolition without a budget, and we're seeing the budget next week.
Well, this was an emergency demolition.
But it won't be involved with any sort of architecture or visioning.
Okay. But just to lay it out there, following your comment, we want communication.
Correct. Councilmember Shibbs?
Just as a question, have you looked at already, or have you already done something like this, which is take this raceway that we have, which pretty old structure that may be falling apart, and actually preserving it, transforming it, and completely changing it, and make that the resiliency center by putting all the building structure in and under the seating and around the edges, and have you ever done anything like that, of transforming a large sort of like antiquated structure, but preserving it and moving it into something like a resiliency center for multi-use? Have you ever done that before?
We have certainly done a lot of adaptive reuse. Making a stadium into a building is not something we've done before, per se. But I think that the underlying ideas of what you're pointing to are really interesting. How to take these artifacts and pieces of history and give them a new life and give them a new vision. And so I think we will be looking very creatively about how to examine all the existing structures and think about how the new uses we'll be adding to the site work with those.
Okay, just planting an idea. Thanks.
Councilmember Quinn.
I'd like to make a motion to
go to public comment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think we agree on that motion, and we're going to go to public comment.
We didn't receive any comments ahead of time, but I do have 2 cards. I see another card coming through. If there's anyone else, now's the moment.
Our first speaker will be Chantel Rogers. Our first speaker will be Chantel Rogers.
I'm actually ceding my time, Mayor. Thank you.
Who are we ceding to? All right, our speaker is Darren Rackison.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to start with two more immediate concerns and then go into kind of an arc that I think underlies a structural concern of mine with the process. First and foremost, tonight you guys are asked to approve the contract, the professional services agreement with David Baker Architects. In attachment 2, which is the example professional services agreement, you are missing Appendix A, which is the scope of services. So you guys have the boilerplate contract, and then it goes right into B1, which is insurance requirements. So I want to make sure we're really clear on what the scope of services is. And maybe you guys have seen Appendix A, and it's just the version the public got is missing it. But that is arguably the most important part of a professional services contract, is what the scope of services are. Testing.
Oh, sorry.
Is that me or is that testing? There we go. We figured it out. So yes, having Appendix A, actual scope of services in the contract, I think is key. I don't know if that changes the deliberations tonight. Next is the fact that this is a CRC grant and we are kind of shoehorning the master plan into that. It's great taking advantage of an opportunity of grant monies to get our fairgrounds master plan done, but it makes me think of, is that sufficient for the totality of the task? You know, right now, David Baker Architects and their 5 or 6 subs are splitting about $850K. City staff is spending the other $300 to $350. Is that going to be enough? Again, without the clear scope of services, that question doesn't really get a clear answer. So those are my two most immediate concerns. And then I'm going to share kind of an arc of a little bit of how we got here and something I'm concerned about, which is, I'll just state up front, sometimes these long-term master planning projects, I fear that there is already a consensus vision from what I consider our city's steering committee, which is council, select members of staff, select engaged community members who already know what they want the outcome to be. This is something someone told me previously, that, look, we know what the policy outcomes are, it's just how we get there. And when we have a public process like this, you never want that to be the undertone, that, hey, we know where we're going, this is all box checking. So I'll just share some sequence of events that underlie that concern, and then maybe you guys can assuage me and tell me this is not the case. First of all, when I'll leave out the contentious kind of original meeting where the city took ownership, but pretty soon after that, the Planning Commission was asked to review a fairgrounds overlay that would legalize normal or non-conforming uses that currently exist on the fairgrounds. We had to create a fairgrounds overlay. During that meeting, it became pretty clear that other fairgrounds overlays in other cities are pretty prescriptive about what can or cannot go there. In that meeting, I advocated to say, can we put a clause in here that says no housing? Like, that seemed to be a consensus from Healthy Democracy. You know, the original bond labeled it as a park. Can we say no housing? And that was said, no, we don't want to cut off possibilities. We don't want to limit ourselves. Okay, clearly I was worried that we were going in that direction. Around that time, we kept hearing about deferred maintenance on the site. That, you know, this site, oh my God, there's so many problems we didn't know about. Even now, as a special revenue fund, we are projected to spend more than we make at the fairgrounds, kind of underlying this narrative of, like, we didn't know what we were getting into. There's so much deferred maintenance. What are we going to do? Last year, in meeting to organize the Petaluma Future Fest, I was involved in some pretty early meetings, and I was told by a city staff member that I asked, why don't we do it at the fairgrounds? And I was told, well, we don't love programming events there. We don't really know how yet. So it was kind of like okay, are we getting the most out of this site? What is the plan? This year in March, we heard a goals and priorities meeting where Brian Cochran, for the first time since I've been paying attention in the past 5 years, mentioned surplus lands and how the city needs to think about what are our surplus lands, what are those lands that we can enter onto the market that may be underutilized. Right now, we are looking at before you a master plan process that will be managed really by an internationally recognized, I would say, housing developer. They wrote 9 ways to build housing for people. I'd say it's kind of their focus. In their proposal, it says infill between the library and swim center could heal the East Washington frontage, reinforcing a cohesive civic edge that could include community resilience center and possibly housing, retail, and a hotel. And then in the proposed budget that we just got shared today, the Community Development Department section of the budget indicates the following: goals and priorities, spaces and places that inspire, advance coordinated planning and reinvestment in key areas, including Petaluma North Station, the fairgrounds, and downtown, to activate underutilized sites and support mixed-use vitality. Further in their section, it says the department will continue advancing our major area plans, including the Petaluma North Station Specific Plan and Fairgrounds Master Plan, to guide reinvestment, infrastructure planning, and community-serving development. Housing element implementation will remain a core focus through ongoing regulatory alignment, support for housing production across income levels. Those are all bundled in the same paragraph. So again, I'm seeing a narrative where the fairgrounds will be developed. We are putting mixed-use housing, we are putting mixed-use development and or housing on the site. I believe this has been a policy direction for some time in seeing some of these tea leaves come together over the past few years. And this builds into a larger call, something I mentioned at Planning Commission this past week, being forthright about the vision. If there is a city steering committee vision, especially if we go into a community meeting, expressly state what your vision is. Hey, we are actually looking at mixed-use development and or housing development. What say you, community? I think not only does it build trust, but it gives the community a framework with which to make their decisions. If we go in nebulous and say, we could do anything, you guys tell us, and then at the end of it, we come back and say, well, hey, we did the community engagement, but actually, what do you know? They decided to not discount the direction we were going in, so that is now a box checked for community engagement, and we will do our original policy direction. Right? That is something I want to prevent. I think, again, this is kind of about trust building. This is about good faith community workshopping and engagement. I was at the Mystic Theater seeing David Baker Architects' presentation a couple years ago. They're phenomenal. And I don't think this has anything to do with them per se, but it's a process thing, especially around the fairgrounds. Like I said, the meeting where it was originally transferred, I think this feeling was rampant in the crowd during that meeting. So let's be forthright and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Carpenter.
Good evening. All I want to say is, hallelujah, we're finally moving on with this. We've been waiting. So I'm really, really happy to see you've chosen a great group to do this work. And also, just here to remind you that Healthy Democracy, we put out the ideas that the community had. And apart from, keeping the fair, and we want to have evacuation center, remember the animals, that's important. But we want to see a park-like environment. We want to get rid of the chain fence stuff. We want to see a year-round farmer's market. And more than anything, remember, it's an agricultural place where we live. And we want an area where the kids, the youth, young adults can go and learn about agriculture and learn agricultural skills and that sort of thing. So thank you all, and I'm really excited to see this move along. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment for the evening. Bringing it back up to council. Any comments before we take a motion? Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah. So I'm super excited about this. Thank you for submitting your proposals. Thank you to staff for a thorough review. To Darren's public comment, our guiding principles don't mention housing a single time. None of us have mentioned it a single time. To say that is I think you're unraveling a whole mess of things that don't actually add up. The overlay was put in place to facilitate the third bullet in our guiding principles, which was to provide institutional stability during the transition period for the existing uses. It wasn't there to prohibit new uses. It was there to allow the existing uses. So I just think it's important that if we're going to be talking about building trust with the community, to actually focus on what's actually being said. Up here, many of us have talked about our vision for this space as an active community space, centering agriculture, which is firmly embedded in multiple of the guiding principles, education. These are the things that absolutely define our community and what we want to see there. And I'm firmly believe that they will be there. I just think we have to also have good faith. Part of engaging in a process like this is having good faith and giving and creating the space for the process, and not coming in with preconceived notions and whatnot. In terms of my feedback on the process itself, I'm really excited about economic viability and implementation and what day one looks like after we adopt a plan. The trade-off conversation, I think we absolutely need to create space for that. I also think we need to look at other city assets and planning processes that are going to be wrapping up probably through this process. So the North Petaluma Smart Station, I think the airport, the marina, some of these like unique sort of assets that are kind of underutilized right now, but kind of fit into the overall resilience landscape of our city is worth looking at. The courtyard, the smart stations, and just sort of like in your sort of studies of Petaluma, kind of looking at the specific city assets and lands, because I think there's the opportunity for those things to sort of tie into the overall sort of like civic usage of within our city too. So please look at that. And with that, I'm really excited to move this item and to kick off this process. I'll move that.
Okay, we have a motion by Barnacle and a second by Cater Thompson and a comment by Vice Mayor.
Yeah, well, first off, I wish we'd really stop making motions before comments or questions or anything are finished. I don't know why things have to get rushed that way. But, you know, to speak to, excuse me one sec while I pull this up. So to speak to preconceived notions on what may or may not be happening there, I mean, I think a lot of what the public feared was going to happen to the fairgrounds has been happening. Those concerns have come to fruition, you know, and I think it's completely legitimate that the public wants to, you know, not see housing there and have the city say that we won't do that. You know, there were concerns too about, you know, hotels ending up there, or, you know, people did talk about a police and fire complex as we're getting now, and then even concerns about a new city hall over there. And so, you know, I would like to ask another question about how can we bake into this that something like that isn't going to happen, that we're not going to see housing on the fairground site, because neither Healthy Democracy nor the community, nobody wanted to see that there. How can we as a city ensure that something like that is not going to happen on the site?
Yeah, I'm not sure if staff wants to take that on, but I think
I could take a crack at it.
Oh, okay. Brave man.
So, Vice Mayor, I hear you. I won't echo what Councilmember Barnacle stated. I think what's really clear is there's a clear connection between this planning process and the objectives and the guiding principles that will ultimately guide this. And so based on that connection, based on all the discussions that we've had to date about what the community, whether it's through the Healthy Democracy process, what City Council has advocated for, I think the priority is going to continue to be a resiliency center. It's going to be a place, a civic space. We haven't identified nor once said anything about specific uses beyond that. And so it's going to be really important throughout this process to stay engaged, to communicate, to engage with our community, so it's transparent. I will just make one note about the overlay itself. Yes, that essentially codified and carried over uses that have been historically there, but that was really the only way to ensure things like a playland, play dog play to exist, without the overlay itself. And so housing itself isn't a permitted use for the fairgrounds. And so I just offer that as some additional assurance.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Brian said, his mic on. We are the council, so I don't know why the council at the time didn't bake that into things. So that's why I think the fear is still out there that it could happen. And so
I'm coming down here next.
Well, we can discuss it if he wants to. I don't mind.
But, let's bring it over here to Councilmember Quinn.
Well,
I just want to ask a kind of a procedural question around this topic of housing in the fairgrounds. Would it require the city to sell property there to develop it? I mean, would that kind of be the?
Sorry, what do you mean? What would? Could you frame that a little tighter?
Like in terms of this idea of building housing on the fairgrounds, wouldn't that require us to sell the property to a developer?
Well, it would require a whole bunch of things.
I guess my whole point is, wouldn't that be something that would come to council?
Yes, it would be council prerogative entirely.
Yeah. All right.
So that gives you confidence that.
And can I just make, for some of you that weren't here when we did the housing element, we specifically, we cut out the fairgrounds as a potential housing element site because we specifically did not want to, we heard what the community had said about housing on the site and we did not want to put that into play, so.
And any other different questions you want to?
Well, I was going to let Brian go on if you wanted to.
Well, yeah. I don't have an interplay on it. I mean, I think you've made your statement here. We've got a motion here. We want to get last people.
Well, it's just to have discussion. I mean, that's what we do, right?
I fear it's not discussion. It's a pointed return to the same positions rather than a sort of negotiation or understanding. Each of us should lay out our thoughts on the matter and then be complete on our thoughts on the matter, then we move it.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to try to understand if you want.
Sure, I'll make my position clear. Maybe we can all make our position clear. I don't think there should be housing on the fairgrounds. I support density elsewhere in the fairgrounds because I think that the fairgrounds and I think the river park are these critical public spaces that are going to create an amazing quality of life for our community into the future. In terms of vision, I want to see density around our train station. I want to see density on the old Pomeroy site. I promote density on these places so that places like the fairgrounds don't get the pressure to have housing on them, and so that our community, as we grow and as we increasingly don't use our automobiles to get around, we have amazing public spaces that maintain an exceptional quality of life into the future. And I support the guiding principles that I supported when we took ownership of it. And we didn't include no housing on the site at that time because they were guiding principles for what we want to see, not what we don't want to see. So in terms of being clear about where I stand, I encourage everybody else to go ahead and do that tonight so that we can get the tinfoil hats off of our heads and start focusing on the vision of what could be and not scared about what might be, because that's what this process is about.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
And I agree with that. I mean, it is a 55-acre site, but it is also next to a shopping center. I mean, so it's next to it's a swim center, a library. I mean, so I just want to see how this process comes out, but I also want to see what the economics is. Because if we're just going to throw things out that we're not going to be able to afford, or that isn't financially feasible and isn't going to give us a return, we need to look at that. We just can't have like a dream that this is exactly what we want, but we need to look at the surrounding areas also.
That's
so
the real
economics
quality
is really
that
important.
we're looking to bring in with this consulting conversation. Councilmember Now?
Yes, and we had the opportunity to expand on the Kenilworth Park, our parks directors at the front row, because that was a during the Parks and Recs when I was on it, and that will embrace the community into seeing what the rest of the fairgrounds has, and then the ag component with maybe a Sara Lee Cundy Ag Center with a Farmers Market, the Cow Palace North, as I've always dubbed it, for a venue. There's a lot of opportunities, and housing is not one of them. So, thank you.
Councilmember Quinn.
I'll be crystal clear. I am not in favor of any housing on the fairgrounds. I want it to be a community center, a park, a fairgrounds, an agriculture-forward place for our community.
Thank you. Everybody's weighing in. Anyone weigh in, John?
Well, just maybe the two things. I would support what Pelvin Barnacle said. Pretty much density housing elsewhere, but that site, all community effort. And if I could transition to another idea, I just want to go back to what is going to be the number one roadblock to success on anything. The number one roadblock is going to be how much land does the raceway take up? What are we going to do with that land? Are we going to keep the raceway? Are we going to transform it into something, arena of some sort where it's multifunctional with the raceway, with bike riding, with music, with a resiliency center. So multifaceted to do that. Or are we going to just level it and start fresh with fresh land base? So that is the number one problem, roadblock that we're going to face in developing anything on that site, any resiliency center, whatever. So I said we need to tackle that first and come up with a decision for that particular spot, because that's like 10 to 20 acres of the site. And we need to deal with that as the issue, number one issue first. And if we can't deal with that, then no matter what we do is going to end up on a bookshelf. So I want to make sure that I'm pretty clear that has to be decided first. Thanks.
Thank you. The problem with going last is that all the good ideas are already on the table. I was going to mention that as we had the public speaker up here with the conspiracy ideas, we're missing the big thing in the picture here, which is the raceway and the resolution of that, and how hard it is to get the public sentiment on that, because, everybody wants the green space. Everyone wants this and stuff. Nobody wants housing. These are the easy things. But the Speedway, I don't know, 50-50, who wants, who doesn't want. Getting to the bottom of that is going to be the biggest challenge for staff and the consultant team in their public outreach. The idea of housing in 2008, when the city was ready to go broke, the city mentioned housing, right? It seemed like a viable idea to keep the lights on at the city. But since that time, everything has evolved, and people have evolved all their thinking. But if you have a negative perception of a process, or if you have a distrust of government, you don't put aside the change, you retain that thought of what was. And it's no longer what is. And so what is, as a vision, is the healthy democracy process. And I really appreciated Rebecca Carpenter, one of the members of that team, being here tonight, sticking it out till, late, and saying that. But I think everyone in the room knows the guiding principle is the outcome of healthy democracy. It has fuzziness in it, but it had a firehouse, a safety center in it. It had resilience center as a popular topic. We haven't brought up the farmers market yet, which was also a popular thing, which is also a multi-use structure, like we were mentioning, the Foley Center or other centers. You have multiple uses for things. The deferred maintenance. That's not a conspiracy. That's asset, not liability. The fact that the city took it over meant that gain is occurring, public access is occurring to safe facilities. The city is making it open and good. So we're hitting on all the targets that we wanted with the fairground decision, and we're moving to the next stage of it here. So we want everybody to get on board. And if Commissioner Rakusin has concerns or has friends who have concerns and wants to share confidence, I'm sure any of us would meet with your friends who might have these concerns so they can get the confidence of knowing that their council is moving in this direction, the direction healthy democracy indicated. The other ideas of surplus land, this isn't surplus land. This is prime beneficial community land. When we talk about surplus land, there are pieces the city owns here and there, not many, but pieces, and that could be housing. There could be other good things. This is earmarked for such community benefit that we need to tell the world. You need to help us tell the world. You're on the City Planning Commission. You know what's going on. Let's get out and get this message out there. I appreciated what Councilmember Barnacle led off with about all the efforts we're making to do all the good things in town for housing, why it's centered near the train stations, and why we're doing another study up at the Corona station. And, you know, tonight we're talking about how it's impossible to actually achieve the housing that we're facilitating the heck out of. It isn't going to happen at the fairground. And that's just not a thing. So the message is we need to look into the camera and say, you know, all these things you're worried about aren't the things to think about. The raceway, that's the big item to worry about and have the public conversation about, and get on board with good can occur in our town. So with that, does anybody have a new position or an ad?
Quick comment.
Councilmember DeCarli wants back in.
Yeah, no, well, I just want to thank my colleagues because I think we did come to a consensus on something and an understanding. You know, everybody said it in kind of one way or another. Leaves one to say something about housing if you want to, but
I kind of went off there. I'm done. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
But, you know, I will say though that with the Resiliency Center, I am happy to see that because during the fires especially, I was involved in that, seeing what incredible benefit the fairgrounds was for its location and the buildings that it has, and what, you know, it was able to provide, you know, in its state for animals and everybody else. That was incredible. I would hope that we're able to fund the Resiliency Center in a way that doesn't put us in you know, any sort of long-term debt. You know, the Fourth DAA, I think it was known at the time, but I'll remind everybody, they had about $40 to $50 million that they had access to where they could have built one. So I'm hoping that in the long run, we are able to do something that doesn't add a huge amount of interest to taxpayers.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
It's always good to have the money in hand instead of what's promised. I just want to, for the architects up in Davis, where they have their farmers market, they've just renovated, you know, their park there. And, you know, you can really see something like that as an area because it's community, but there's so much more to it that they just did this last year. And it reminds me of something that could actually be at this fairgrounds and how it kind of integrates almost like with the pool area. I mean, it just really integrates. And it's just a great design that please check that out. And I encourage the council to go up to Davis and look at it because of what they've done, what wasn't there and what is there now. It's really nice.
So with that, we have a motion and a second. I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Yes, but no housing.
Cater
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarli?
Yes.
Now?
Yes, and support the fair.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for the fabulous presentation. Thank you for coming up to town tonight, and we look forward to the public outreach.
I didn't think I was going to ask the fast track.
Moves us on to resolution authorizing the award of contracts for as-needed on-call professional planning services to augment staffing and resources to the City of Petaluma by 3 firms, Metropolitan Planning Group, 4Leaf, and Urban Planning Partners. And to help us with this, Brian back up to the hot seat, Director of Community Development, and also Jonathan Leong, our Senior Management Analyst.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, it's working. Okay. Well, I appreciate the time. We have come to council a few times to discuss there's a little lag. And so what's before you, as Mayor mentioned, is a resolution to authorize contracts to move forward. But really, taking a step back, this is an evolution of how Petaluma has developed. And so I'll spend a little bit of time talking about the history, talking about the future. But I did want to just pause here just for a moment. 2008, 2009, that is feels like a lifetime away. But in many ways, we as a city have continued to recover from where we were then to where we are now. And really up to this point, I would classify our planning services as providing stability in a time that there wasn't, and there was a lot of uncertainty, both out, in the external world, but also locally. And so we have been very fortunate to have that consistency and that stability through a contract services. As many of the council and community know, we in 2008 as a city abolished our planning department. And so literally the city classifications were completely eliminated off the ledger. M Group, Metropolitan Planning Group, was the winning bid at the time, and they have to this date provided consistent service both to the customers, both to council, as well as to the rules and regulations that our city is built on and develops off of. And so I'll just spend a few more seconds just talking about said evolution. The last time I was before you, we talked through a budget discussion. And so historically, 2009 to 22, 100% consultant services with a annual budget $2.65 million, roughly $1 million of that, which has been consistent up to this point, has been attributed to cost recovery. So that means when development applications come, it's 100% paid by the applicant. In 2019, there was a set of council goals and priorities about reconstituting the community development department. And so in 22, the city embarked on this process, created my position, but really wanted to rebuild and consolidate our development services. And so we went from a planning department, a housing department, a code enforcement was in our police department, a building department, and thoughtfully, which is very common in other cities, went through the process and the effort to rebuild a community development department. And so planning division has been, or planning staff or planning function has been a division which I've been fortunate enough to oversee 3+ years now going on. And so director was created, senior planner Ella was a really great hire last year. Those are the two positions that were brought in-house, as well as the creation of the One Stop Permit Center. And so that was really only able to be done by rebuilding, reconstituting the department and putting the different pieces together. And so presently it's roughly a $2.8 million budget to provide planning services, about $1 million of that in cost recovery. We had provided some information, it's on our website, about the apples to apples comparison. So how do we go from a outsourced 100% consultant services to a fully in-house planning division? And so a lot of those numbers still hold true. So we had provided information in 23 that roughly it was about $600,000 more to do a one-for-one, bringing it in-house. And so for the last few years, we've had this hybrid workforce model. We have planning staff. We've been bringing positions in-house, and much of, or fully all of the 100% cost recovery that is reliant on development activity has historically been through contract planning services. What's before you this evening is for a proposal to consider another evolution to that. So for fiscal year 27, the contract for Metropolitan Planning Group is set to expire at the end of July. And so we have, as staff, been working on a model to develop what I'm calling a core in-house planning division, which will be managed day to day and operations managed by a planning manager that we are getting ready to recruit for as a city position, as well as an associate planner to really round out, again, what I'm calling or proposing as a core in-house planning division. Those costs, taking that into effect with the hybrid workforce, the core in-house planning staff is budgeted to be $2.26 million. Again, offset what we anticipate $1 million in cost recovery. One thing I will mention in order to make that work, and I think this has been a theme throughout the evening around being mindful of budget, this does propose to reutilize existing or repurpose existing staffing. And so I would anticipate staffing levels to be reduced with some of the consolidation, and doing the numbers, it's about 15% of a cost savings from our historic 100% consulting service model. And so what's before, mostly for me and our staff within community development, we need to continue to rebuild that core group, in-house planning manager, associate planner, consolidate the permit counter. So right now it functions as a planning counter. So when an individual comes to the counter, there's a planning counter and there's a building counter. And so in order to make this happen, we would be consolidating the permit counter as well as the administrative support that is being currently provided by department staff. As part of this proposal, we would propose to retain the existing special projects that are well underway, many of them, with the existing project managers. And so specifically the general plan, the zoning code reform that we touched on in a prior item, to continue forward with existing, with the new contract with Metropolitan Planning Group. And then it's something that is gaining a lot more traction, not just here at the county, but really throughout the state, is building a bench of planning firms. And so the proposal here would be to develop 3 contracts on call as needed to support development activity as the activity materializes. And then also with an eye on flexibility to continue to evaluate service delivery and need based on budget. And so this is, it's sort of a higher level set of goals for the work plan. It's one thing to bring additional staff on. We need to train. We need to build up that muscle memory. One example is staffing our CCBs, Planning Commission being the primary goal, to continue to streamline permit and customer service delivery, and to get all the amazing work that is before us that we're working on: general plan, zoning code reform, the 2 specific plans that we have grant funding for, and then seeing the fairgrounds vision and planning come to fruition. And one of the primary top priorities for not just planning division, but the department and the city as a whole really is to advance the housing pipeline. How do we make sure that those that are in the pipeline that we've worked so hard to get to this point has the community buy-in, has the council buy-in? How do we actually get the certificates of occupancy issued and new people, new families through the door? This is a screenshot of the staff report. Gives you a high-level summary of the breakdown I just explained. So special projects, $300,000 one time to complete the existing work, general plan, zoning code. Development review as needed for all three firms. Again, as projects materialize, as applications are anticipated, we'll go to the bench and identify staffing and resources to meet the need at the time. We also have the current pipeline of projects that are under review, and so that will continue to be 100% cost recovery, would continue to be managed by the staff that have that are currently seeing it to fruition. And then that last bucket, $30,000, is to provide specialty subject matter expertise to the city. And the three primary buckets that we have historically needed, whether it's changes at the state level, whether it's just a specialty that or a priority that Petaluma has over other cities, is around CEQA/environmental review, historic preservation, and public art. And so there is a set aside, an annual set aside there to the tune of $30,000. And there is a question in the council Q&A, so we wanted to expand a little bit on what the details would be. How do we actually implement this? What is this going to look day to day? And so the big change is the in-house planning manager. The day-to-day management, operations will continue to be the responsibility of that manager. And so I think that will continue to create consistency and clarity and continuity through this transition. The planning manager, so Andrew Triple, our current manager, he is the staff liaison, and also we have staff that support our three CCBs, Planning Commission, our Historic Cultural Preservation Committee, and our Public Art Committee. The planning manager would continue to report to the Director of Community Development, and just wanted to touch briefly on how this looks for the day-to-day business operations. That is our permit center, would continue to operate with existing staff. There's going to be some training opportunities, but I'm confident just with the staff that we have that we will continue to provide high quality service to the community through our permit center functions. And so the consolidation there I mentioned, as well as a future in-house planner to provide somewhat back of the house support and expertise, and application intake would also continue to be processed through the permit center. And then a final note on decision making. I thought this was important just to identify. I've been looking at some of the public comment, whether it's project specific or just planning in general, and just wanted to reiterate that staff review, provide the intake, they review the applications, they make the recommendations, but ultimately those recommendations are sent to the decision makers. And so depending, our zoning code identifies 3 layers, and so there's an administrative approval, which is at the director level, and then the next sort of level up would be the Planning Commission, which is appointed by City Council, and for the big decisions, general plan amendments, et cetera, that'll continue to be in City Council's purview. And so nothing with this transition would change that. And, again, this was, I'm confident that with this shift, we'll be able to continue to provide and deliver our core services, land use, permitting, even just what seems to be a innocuous question about ADUs over the counter actually turn into someone building an ADU. And so that's something that is not lost on me. It's something that's going to be critical in the success of this transition. And I feel like what we're proposing strikes a really strong balance of that. And with that, Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Obviously something we've been working at for a while to try and build back the internal muscle. And I appreciate you bringing that to us tonight. Any questions? Councilmember Shribs?
First, just a slide to show you the functionality just before the last slide. Bring that back up. That looks like one person. What's the second person going to do? Unless that's two people that are doing that. So I wasn't clear on that.
Let me pull that back up.
So is this one person or two people?
So the in-house planning manager is one person, although it does feel like sometimes it's multiple people, just with the Herculean effort that Andrew does. And so that's great question. So that's one person. The permit center currently is staffed by whether it's either an assistant or an associate planner, and then we have a permit technician. And so we have a total of 2 permit techs who rotate in and out supporting building. And so that's an existing staff person. So if you're referencing that second.
Right. So you said you're going to be adding 2 people. If this is one, what's the second person that we're adding going to do? If this is being done by current staff. So I'm not sure what the second person is doing yet.
Yeah, great. Thank you for the clarification. And so what happens now, whether it's a over-the-counter permit or something that we can turn around within a week, there are, I think about a fence permit as a good example. And so the fence regulations are within our zoning code. We currently have planning staff that there's a subset of the applications that are reviewed. And so this position would not only cover that, but all the building permits that come through. There is a planning function before a building permit gets approved. And so this person is going to be supporting seeing building permits to fruition, as well as planning applications such as fence permits.
Good. And these functions are currently being done by the M group?
Correct.
Personnel. Okay, just want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so as we go through all that, that's what the 2 people would actually do in this process here. And with the general plan wrapping up with all of its documents ahead of it and everything, and that's getting pretty completed, but we still have a couple big things coming, such as all the zoning, all the municipal codes, and then the city charter. So 3 big processes. Will that work be done in-house with the folks that we're hiring and yourself, or are we going to have to take those things and still do those with the M group and the other advisors, consultants?
So it really depends on the scale and scope. So I'll tackle this in bits and pieces. And so Ella, who was just here, not only will she be project managing the fairgrounds plan, the intent, the vision to creating that position was to be, for lack of a better word, a keeper of our general plan. And so her focus will continue to be on our long-range efforts. Depending on where council direction lands year in and year out through the goals and priorities process. As proposed, it gives us the flexibility to maximize our existing staff, our soon-to-be hired staff, as well as pulling from a bench of our consultants.
Right. I'm just making sure that we have the skills in-house now with the new hires for zoning and municipal codes. Or do we have to, are those skills going to have to still be hired consulting?
So one of the special projects that is being proposed, our zoning code update's underway. And so, yes, we have a consultant that will help project manage that one-time project. But all planners, whether it's contract planning or city staff, should be well-versed in our codes and regulations. And so there's going to be a baseline, fundamental foundation. You learn it in planning school, you learn it on the job. And so we'll have that covered with both staff as well as our contract planners.
Right, and assume the two new positions, of course, we'll have to open enrollment on that and open invitation to join in. Have we had discussions with the M group, especially the personnel that have been working with us for years and years? Are they interested in those positions coming into staff, or we're going to hire someone new and then continue to work the M group, and they may drift off to help other cities? So are we working out with the transition of the actual personnel?
There is 100% a warm handoff just with existing staff, and this is why staff had identified this as the key opportunity for us to bring this back. Again, the contract is set to expire at the end of July, and so ensuring that a warm handoff with existing staff is in place. I fully anticipate being able to hire an in-house planning manager ahead of the expiration of the contract. So again, there's going to be continuity, a warm handoff, and we will not deviate from what we traditionally do with our city hiring, and it'll just go through a hiring process, and we'll get the best and brightest.
Okay, just want to be clear, because we have received multiple, because the M group and the other consultants, multiple skill levels, multiple knowledges and everything, and bringing within the planning that the folks that we do hire are going to be doing a little bit more than just planning and zoning and things. Some of those services that we have received, some of that extra knowledge may have to also be brought in. So maybe broaden the skills expectations maybe of the folks we're going to be hiring to help fill some of those gaps that may be there.
Yes, I am fully confident Petaluma is a place, time and time again, whether it's around planning, whether it's around just city governance, people are excited. And so, yes, we need to go through a hiring and recruiting process, but I have no doubt that we'll be able to bring people on that.
And you're doing all this under less budget, so I'll pass it on now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember DeCarli.
And what's the term of these contracts? How many years?
5 years.
And how did we choose 5 years?
So we have flexibility there. Part of what went into my thinking on that, and so we have contracts 3 to 5 years. I think that's a good amount of time. This isn't something that, when I think about the technical expertise, learning the Petaluma codes, et cetera, that's not something that just happens overnight. And so having that consistency, that continuity, is one of the primary driving factors of identifying a 5-year proposal.
Okay, and then what were some of the basic terms of M Group's existing contract?
Could you elaborate on that, please?
Like, as far how long was that contract? What were they guaranteed each year?
So the contract that's set to expire was a 5-year contract with 3 one-year extensions. And so are you asking about the scope of services?
I guess the scope, or like, I mean, in this one, it's to me at $330,000 a year plus, whatever else work they take on. I mean, what did that look like in the existing contract?
Got it. So this is shifting back to a contract that was built to provide a full service planning department. And so there's 4 buckets: the cost recovery, which you just identified, special projects. And so if a project or there's something at the state level that requires staff resources, a council priority, I think about cannabis regulation, there was a bucket of projects there. All of that would be identified through the budgeting process. And then the day-to-day operations, there's 2 buckets. So one, what we called the base level service. And so that's providing counter service to someone coming to the counter asking about an ADU, et cetera. Returning phone calls, all the questions that the public may have. Was a limited, what we called the base level service. And then a 4th bucket, which is supporting the building division. And so what the council member had mentioned about asking about what the associate planner position would be doing, that function helped support and get building permits out the door, as well as fence permits, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I realize too, where as we bring things back in house, that reduces the scope of their work. So like how, let's see if I can frame it another way. How much are we going to be saving from the existing contract to the new one? If $330,000 of their work is what they're going to be getting going forward, plus anything else, how does that compare to the existing?
So the big shift, I'm going to pull that back. I'll go back to it's a 15% cost savings to ensure that we're able to provide service delivery, customer service delivery, our anticipated levels of development activity at $1 million, 100% cost recovery, all of that with the staff level reduction in mind will get us a 15% annual reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Good. Let's go to public comment, please.
Oops. We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting, but we do have several cards. If anyone else would like to submit a card, now's the moment.
Our first speaker is Darren Rakazan, to be followed by Heather Kratt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. One thing that I didn't see explicitly talked about in here, maybe it's answered by a warm handoff, is the idea of preventing brain drain and what investment we have to make to offload what are years of knowledge, really a lived body of knowledge that can be hard to transfer. It's not always easy as downloading it all into like a planning chatbot language model, right? If it only could be so easy. So it would be great to just hear more detail of what that process looks like as we migrate. And it sounds like the plan really matches what I think the policy intent was signaled years ago, which was, look, we have to keep on the current staff to engage with projects they've already been working on, both special projects and applicants and developments. We'll bring in adjunctive support and then gradually move to this hybrid in-house model, leaning a little more on the in-house. So I think the biggest piece of that for me that it's like, and maybe it's not at this meeting, I would love to hear more about is just how do we make sure the knowledge of our zoning code, the application, all the guiding principles that we use, even internal kind of administrative process, how that's transmitted to new staff and it's like a library we have in the city, so that when we lose this contractor or any contractors, if they move on, that we don't lose that information. And then a really quick comment about just appealing to our higher natures, making sure that even if people say things where it might be contentious, you might disagree, you did pass a code of decorum here on council. Just want to remind us to not resort to name calling. I mean, if someone speaks from lived experience or is reading documents in the record, we don't want to devolve into name. We want to have behavior becoming of our station, council members, mayor, whatever the case may be, planning commissioners included. So I just want to make that statement given the meeting tonight. So thank you.
Heather Kratt. And you have time seated from Heather, Maureen Gottschall. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening. My name is Heather Kratt, and I would like to encourage the entire City Council to reject this resolution outright. It accomplishes nothing positive. I'm not sure why we sat through that whole presentation about bringing planning back in-house. It has nothing to do with the resolution you're approving. The resolution is pretty straightforward. I don't think we needed to see all that. It has been 3 years since the Sonoma County Grand Jury released their report on the outsourcing to the M Group. And in that time, we still don't have a cost-benefit analysis to justify any outsourcing. So we are at 17 years of the M Group having unchecked power and control over our entire planning department. In the last city council election, of the 7 candidates who ran, all of them agreed that bringing the planning department back in-house was important. It was a critical campaign issue. It was important to our community, and all 7 candidates agreed. And of the 3 that were elected, Alex DeCarli, Brian Barnacle, Frank Quint, you are 3 that agreed, and I believe Alex kept his word. Brian and Frank, you seem to have done a 180 since then. That's so incredibly disappointing, because I'm not the only one very concerned about the M Group issue here. It's not too late. You can prove me wrong tonight. I'd be so grateful if you would. Sorry, this whole thing just really upsets me. Okay. In the staff report, it says that this item was publicly noticed in the April 20th agenda. And that agenda item says, and I quote, contract award dash planning services RFP, unquote, end quote. What does that even mean? I mean, it's intentionally vague. And if you wanted to properly public notice this, it should have read city to grant M Group new 5-year contract. And the RFP, the whole point of the RFP was that the grand jury pointed out that nobody ever had a chance to compete with the M Group. So there was no, we didn't have a cost benefit analysis. We didn't know if it would be cheaper. We didn't know if we could get better, whatever. They have turned this into basically, we sent out an RFP and they boiled it down to M Group is still number 1 and they will be in control. And then we got these 2 other vendors that are going to be on the sidelines that, just in case we need them. So they're in limbo and they'll probably never be used. Again, it accomplishes nothing. And the whole RFP process, it opened on November 20th, ended on January 14th, 3 major holidays following that period. So you're clearly going to limit the number and quality of responses you're going to get. But you did receive 6 responses. You narrowed it down to 3 somehow, but instead of choosing that 1, you want to hire the 3. And more outsourcing is not what we asked for. We want to bring our planning department back in-house. In the resolution, it clearly states that the M Group is proposed to serve as the city's primary consultant, end quote, and that the other 2 will, quote, will provide supplemental services as needed. So again, the M Group is still in control, 2 vendors in limbo. We've gained nothing. And then back into the staff report, I understand you hired 1 senior planner in the last year. Fantastic. But in that report, it says, but, quote, due to vacancies and sustained workload demands, work continues to be accomplished with contract staff. What vacancies? There are no job openings. The only one I'm aware of is the one for the senior planner, which you already hired. So if there's a vacancy, post a job ad. So the fact that we're here today and you're presenting like, hey, well, in the future, we're going to bring the planning department back in-house. We've been talking about this for years. The public has been demanding it for years. The candidates ran on it. So, you know, the direct cost of outsourcing is one thing, but the indirect cost, I think, is the biggest issue. And that is that the M Group has proven repeatedly that they're going to prioritize projects based on whatever benefits their bottom line best. So when the EKN wanted to build a 6-story hotel, the M Group bent over backwards to violate the zoning code for them. When a restaurant wants to take over an existing space, they are waiting 2 or 3 years for a simple permit because they're just not a priority to the M Group. And then if you're a mobile vendor like myself who just needs a place to park, I don't need any development, I'm totally useless. And so the M Group, they since 2021 banned every food truck in Petaluma city limits on their own without approval. And that's the problem with the M Group. It's not just about saving money. It's about restoring the equality so that every business owner has a chance to succeed in Petaluma. And if you grant the 5-year contract, you're rewarding them for basically refusing to do their job, and they have not earned it. So I beg you, please reject this resolution. Demand that the city manager and Brian O do their jobs. Bring the planning department in. Get on it now. What are we waiting for? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Hines.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I just wanted to take a moment. That's a hard act to follow, but I've been here since 2010. I came soon after M Group's contract. Heather Hines, Principal and Vice President of M Group. I came on in 2010. I've served a number of roles with the city over the last 16 years. I am incredibly proud of my team, our team. I'm incredibly proud of the work they do every single day. I think that the amount of work that is done is actually, you don't realize how much work is done under that base level contract. The number of building permits, the number of flat fee permits, the number of phone calls and online virtual visits and all the stuff that happens. So I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to say how proud I am of the team that has been in this assignment and serving the community and serving all of you. So I wanted to say that. I wanted to also, we have worked side by side with this community and the leadership. There has been a lot of change in leadership. There has been a lot of change in budget. There has been a lot of change in priorities. And M Group has remained flexible, pivoted. We do not work on our own. We work under the direction of the city, under the direction of the city council, under the priorities of the city council, and implementing the regulations that the city council adopts. So there is no working without oversight. There is no making decisions behind closed doors. It is implementing the regulations that this jurisdiction puts forward. Finally, I just want to acknowledge this is a big change. It's a big change to our contract with the city, but we remain dedicated and committed to working with Petaluma in this transition. This is not a surprise. We've known that the city was moving back into a hybrid in-house. We're here to help. We're here to do as much of a handoff as we can, and we'll remain available to help in any way we can, to stand by Brian, to stand by Peggy, to stand by all of you. So I just wanted to make sure I said that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is John Hanania.
Good evening. First of all, I do echo a lot of what Heather Kratt have said. Second, on the last item, Brian Barnacle mentioned about trust and how the community have the trust. I ask you, what's the definition of trust? When you give a very song and dance and during the election and you make promises that you can't keep. Yeah, I'm looking straight at you, Brian. And Frank, where's your promises? How do you expect people to trust you when during an election you make yourself look like a hero, but you turn to be nothing but a zero? Keep your word. Where I grew up, a man's word, it means everything. So when you say one thing in your left side of your mouth, then you go say something in your right side of your mouth, what kind of a person are you? You said the community that you're going to bring it in-house. What's the timeline? Now you're going to give them another 5 years. I have nothing against the M Group. I want to make that very clear, okay? But what I have a problem with is what goes on in this dais. That we're going to come up with an election soon, and you're going to hear a lot of song and dance. And Kevin, if you remember what I said about the peacock down at Garbarino, dance around the female until they get what they want. And that's you. That's you guys. During an election, you speak very eloquently. You make all kinds of promises, but you cannot come through. Oh, now I'm in-house. Now I'm sitting up there. I can say whatever I want. So can you please tell the community, what is your timeline for the in-house? Be a man, keep your promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Abercrombie.
Good evening, everybody, council, staff, city manager. I'm speaking to you tonight as a citizen, as an M Group staffer. For over 16 years, I've served the city, and for the last 2.5 years, I've had the pleasure of working for M Group in support of the city. A lot of times, it's a really wonderful job, like most of the time, and I'm working with the smartest people I know. They are constantly evolving and working to make this a better workable town. And I would hate for the final notes or public comments to say anything different. I'd like us all to operate from a place of gratitude for the things we've accomplished together. I want to thank Heather Hines for being the type of leader that I wanted to come and work for. When I first served with her on Planning Commission as a planning commissioner and everything consolidated and everything shut down here, it was terrifying. And it was a time of restructuring and being a team. What I hope for Petaluma is that Petaluma becomes more of a team. I really hope the outcome of this is that people lift each other up and look towards a future that is planned and purposeful. I want to thank Andrew Triple. I want to thank Olivia Irvin for being here tonight. I want to say all the thanks that doesn't get said, because as a citizen of Petaluma, I have seen people go above and beyond, work 50-hour, 60-hour weeks, cut down base level services to make it affordable for the city. And as a citizen, my question is, how many jobs are being replaced by 2 people? Because there's a lot of us who do things that nobody ever sees. There's things that are just extra that make this town livable and special. And I hate for that to not be something that's considered in this process. I love this town and every person that serves here. And I'm going to miss you all. And I just think it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes public comment. Back to council. Closing comments here. Yes, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, thank you. And this is like what I was referring to earlier when I was kind of asking the question. So now we'll have 4 people in planning, doing mostly a lot of permitting and planning work and doing these things. And M Group has lots of people with lots of different skills doing everything they do. And we're shifting what used to be $2.6 or $2.8 million, which was 100% to the M Group. And now we'll have 4 people in City Hall doing most of the work, because now the contract to the M Group is only $300,000, maybe $330,000, which is less, about 10%. Not even 10% of the 2.8 million, right? So, that's about 10%. So 90% of the work that they've been doing for us at the 2.6 million, will the 4 people in-house be able to do all the work that has been done by the M Group at this point, and to make sure that, it's equal money exchange for the actual work that needs to get done? Or are we going to end up trapped in saying, we're going to have to spend a whole lot more money in the consultants because the 4 people we will have just can't do all the jobs that have been done by the prior from historically. So I just thought I'd just raise that question up and see if we can come up and explain how this is going to work.
It's a good question. It's the question that I'm confronted with when I started this position, when I started going through this process. But I want to clarify, Councilmember, it's there. The 2 point, so short answer, it's 4 positions that would make up the core services, which I would argue fulfilling the objective of building a in-house core planning division. But much of that, so the $1 million of it is 100% cost recovery. So that would continue through development application review through the 3 contracts. And so it's not going down to 10%.
Right. So look at the 330 that's designated. So really what you're saying is in-house will only be $1.26 million cost for the 4 people, and the rest of the money will be used for basically the consulting groups.
Yes, but the 1.26 also makes up existing staff. And so again, part of this is going through this process, but then also understanding that the costs, right, have to be in consideration. So whether it's reduction in staff, reduction in contract services, either way, we're getting to this outcome of a reduction.
Right. I see it, like the plan is to get down to 2.26 compared to what used to be 2.8 and 2.65. So the $1 million there that in the 100% cost recovery, so the 330 is sort of like, that's like going to be the minimum contract, but the expectation is it might go up to $1 million with the amount of work that's getting done, overloading the 4 people that are in-house. All that extra works, we still have some flex money to get the extra consulting that we need. And that's like $700,000.
Correct. The contract is written in a way, going back to the answer I provided to Vice Mayor, there's a bucket that we call cost recovery, and so that's every application that comes in, a development application, whether it's a project downtown, whether it's, I think about Oyster Cove, ECAN, et cetera. Those are projects that are 100% paid by an applicant, and so that will continue. So you are correct, we don't have the staff capacity to take all that on. And so this is what the proposal balances: how do we build a core service in-house, but then also retain the flexibility that a contract services would allow us to do.
Yeah, so I just want to repeat again that what I'm saying is true, that what this ends up meaning is that 1.26 million is designated for our 4 people and staff, and that's all our 4 people and staff need for their budget to run, not the 2 million.
You can say that, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's what I was just clarifying.
Any other thoughts before we wrap it up? Kind of going to go across the line here.
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving forward with this resolution, and I think I want to thank the M Group for all the work they have done all the years, And I really wish, Heather, can't we just hire you in again? Come on in. But we'll see. Go on down.
Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, thank you. I too want to just extend my gratitude to the folks from the M Group. Being fairly new to this, in my experience, everything that I've, sort of encountered has been just a tremendous amount of professionalism. And I think your support to the city has brought great value. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Councilmember now.
Well, I won't get so passionate about this as I did about the fairgrounds. But anyway, the last time, 2008, was my last year in the council. We were finishing up the general plan. We had lots of complaints from the community regarding our in-house planning department. The next year, there was a new council, and they eliminated the in-house planning department. And now we're finishing up our general plan. We're finishing up a lot of things in the city, and we don't have an in-house, but we have this M Group, and there hasn't been as many complaints from the community as there was when there was an in-house. I just want to say that because I don't think people remember that history. But I'm willing to, the resolution calls for 5 years with options for 1 year extensions. Can we do 3 years with a 2-year extension?
I think the resolution actually says up to 5 years, does it not? So there's
It does say
flexibility.
initial term of up to 5 years with options for 1 year extension subject to annual budget appropriations. So I'm just throwing it out there. I hate to lose the M Group as we transition, as we finish the general plan, our coding, the fairgrounds, the zoning, etc.
So I believe, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, Council could provide that direction. I also wouldn't want to make that unilaterally without conferring with our 3 contract service providers to see if any shift in terms changes anything. So
that makes sense.
That would be my thought.
That makes sense. I was just putting it out there. I don't know how the other council members
So,
feel.
Yeah, let's go.
As drafted, the resolution provides the flexibility that you can, discern just in that language. And if the council has specific direction, they can give it. But I think that will be helpful for staff to implement those contracts with the service providers and also to manage them going forward.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Good. Vice Mayor.
So, to me, this last year, we've been talking about bringing services back in-house, and I'm glad to see that we are doing that. I also don't want to see it take, forever. In the staff report, it says 5 years with 2 one-year extensions. And to me, that seems like an excessive amount of time. I think the M Group's a fine group of people, but I think if we're really serious about bringing things back in-house, as Councilwoman now talked about, I think it needs to be a shorter term. And, for me, I want to be more aggressive about it and say that, be a 1-year contract. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but I mean, we talk about bringing it back in-house and we've got some positions in there already, we need more, but, that's what I would want to see to support this. I don't want to support a long contract as this is right here.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I'm actually good with the way the contract is written. There's enough flexibility in there. But I think that if we want to have a reality check, we're going to have budget issues. And every city uses contract planners. You can call any city throughout the entire state. every city uses contract planners, so this is not unusual. To go back completely in-house, I don't think that's ever going to happen, because I think we're going to need contract planners for specific projects. So we're not going to hire somebody for a specific project and then let them go within a year if a project is done, completed. I think this gives us flexibility, and I'm fine with the direction we're going, but I just want to reiterate, every city has contract planners, not one city doesn't. Some cities are all contract planners, like we were at one time, but it's because of the budget. And Karen and Councilmember now is correct. I mean, people weren't happy with the planning department at the time. It was kind of a rubber stamp, and it depended on who you knew. And it really was not transparent. So, and with that, I just want to, Olivia Irvin, you've been fantastic. Always appreciated you every time you got up and did your thing here. You were very professional. Melissa, known you for a long time and watched you on the Planning Commission, and you are just a great citizen for this community, and you have done an incredible job, and I just want to thank you. Andrew, you are probably the best planner I've ever worked with, and people tell me that also, and I'm just so proud to have been able to work with you and learn from you. Heather, you have done a fantastic job, and you have all the institutional knowledge, because there isn't that much institutional knowledge left. And I just really appreciate all the work that you've done. And everybody that I talk to has just praise for you throughout the general plan process and all the other processes. And when people don't realize how much work you do. It's not just coming to meetings and speaking, it's all this prep work, but it's all the other things that nobody has a clue of what our city staff does. And we have great staff. And so I just want to thank all of you, and planning on seeing you and continuing the good work together. And I'll support the resolution as is.
Thank you. Councilman Barnacle.
Yeah, can you pull up the slides for me? Sorry. The slide that shows how the payments are working, the types of projects, that one. Let's go there first. I'm going to look at a couple of slides. The screenshot from the staff report. So we're looking at a $330,000 contract, a $300,000 contract to complete work that's already going, and the rest of it is pretty much on cost recovery as needed. Our general plan consultants, we have like 8 consultants on the team? Six. We just approved a contract with David Baker Architects with 6 consultants on the team. There's a lot of expertise that goes into planning, and we couldn't possibly have it all in-house. We're going to have contract planners. If you said, tried to recruit someone and say that in this economy 100% of your job is going to be paid on cost recovery, I don't think we'd have a great applicant pool, and we'd be really at risk of laying people off. And I think it would be really foolish of us to think that we could have a fully in-house planning department for economic reasons and financial reasons, but also for expertise reasons. So I definitely support the direction we're going. Next, can you go to the last slide in the deck? So I like this slide. In 2019, I came to city council meetings and yelled at Heather, and I yelled at the council, and I was upset, and I ran for office, but it was the decision makers I was upset with. When you get up here to the point of having integrity, it's important that you stand up for what's right. And when people are scapegoating the people who are doing the work, to let that continue is the ultimate sign of cowardice. And the M Group has been extremely professional in my experience. Andrew's one of the biggest workhorses in terms of knowing planning stuff and really thinking deeply about it that I've ever worked with. And everybody is that I've worked with at the M Group, almost without exception, is just great. But I think it's really important that for people up here on the dais that we keep the arrows focused at us, because we're the decision makers. Heather Kratt came in here and spoke, and we're the ones who denied her project. And it's important that we don't let our planners and the new planners that are going to come in here be scapegoated by the community for doing their job. And I think that's what comes with this position up here, is making sure that people understand this relationship, and that they don't get to spiral and blame people for things that are not true. So with that, I definitely support the proposal. I'm looking forward to having it in-house, and I thank the M Group and all the staff for all the hard work over the years. Thank you.
Where are
Make
you
that
on
a
the
motion,
No,
or do you have to do
woman-
public comment? Oh, we're done.
I got a little more here. Councilmember Barnacle, on the 3-year, 5-year side of things, you're on the 5-year side?
I'm fine with 5.
Yeah. And I'm going to weigh in and then come back to you. I have concerns about where we're headed. I mean, we want to be in-house and everything. I mean, I think we've made that motion. And I think Councilmember Barnacle made it clear how the balance of having in-house and consultant expertise is critical. And I hope so, because part of my day job is providing that kind of, my pay is providing that kind of expertise to many cities. We're city engineer for several cities. We're, without consulting, small cities and even middle-sized cities like us just cannot operate. But I am worried that the 500,000+ means a reduction in service, and that's concerning, like Councilmember Shribs indicated. More so than that, I am concerned about the loss of experience and expertise that comes with this dramatic change. It's like moving around to a lot more junior of a staff. To me, there's sort of a farewell, a sort of a retirement moment here. I want to thank all the staff who has helped the council achieve so much of its goals over the years, to many challenging projects. I did 3 years on the Planning Commission, and I always knew that everything I needed was in a planning report to make the solid findings that we needed to make. There was never a doubt that we had the best expertise in the room, and I think we'll feel some growing pain, but it's a farewell. A little bit, I'd want to appreciate Andrew for your work, Olivia for your work, and Heather and Melissa, and and the fun things too, like what Melissa brought to the party for all the art that we've done. It's been hard to replicate around, and I'm good with the 5-year side of things. And I can't thank you enough. And oddly, a quaint quote from Jane Austen comes to mind, and that is, wherever you are known, you will always be respected. And I always thought that was like the best quote from that. And with that, we're back to Councilmember Shribs.
Yeah, just for clarity on the motion, because I think looking at the last chart, it wasn't $300,000 every year. It's $300,000 one time with $30,000 each year. So that's only $30,000 is like less than 1% of prior contracts, right? So I want to be clear, we're not going for 330 every single year. It's 300 one year, and then it's 30,000 a year after that. Is that correct?
somewhat. So it's two buckets. So $30,000 a year annually to, I said that twice, $30,000 to provide support, subject matter expertise through the duration of the contract. The $300K is one time to complete existing work that we talked through, zoning code, et cetera. And then any future special projects will have a bench of specialists, professional planners. So as new projects, not just development applications, but new special projects, whether it's a council project, et cetera, if it's not something we can do in-house, this gives us the flexibility to pull from our bench.
So actually, it's just $330,000 year one. Year 2 through 5, it's $30,000, and then but we have flexibility with the $1 million to float as needed to get what we need done. So.
Yes, but the $1 million you're referencing is for development applications. So there may be an opportunity if there's a project that comes, something we want to implement as part of the general plan. Let's say it's floodplain management plan, and we don't have the capacity to do it in a certain year. This bench preserves our ability to expand and contract as needed.
Right. So we're saying a 5-year contract, the minimum is going to be $420,000, something like that, total over a 5-year period, and above and beyond is as needed. So that's what we're really talking about.
Right.
We're not talking about
that's what it says in the chart.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. It's not $330,000 every year for 5 years straight. That's not what we're talking about.
Right. And the 3 to 5 year thing, I'm straw polling here, you in the 5 year?
Yeah, if at the $30,000, I'm good with the 5 years on it, for sure. I'm fine with that, because that's 1% of what was, and we still need that access to that expertise.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so I think I did a straw poll there. Are you comfortable with the motion as is? Okay, so I was promised to come back over here for the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, and we're looking for a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Cater Thompson and a second by Barnacle. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
No.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember DeCarly voting no.
Thank you very much. That concludes our business of the evening. This meeting is adjourned.